Road to Crimson. I don't even know how many ranks we need to go ahead and we need to skip 2. So we have to complete Plat, go into Diamond, and then get Crimson. Let's see what what is Tristan? He's still Plat 3. Okay. Does it just give you bronze if you've never played before? I think it does, right? Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, because I know my girlfriend hasn't been on here forever. I don't think she's ever played, actually. So I should start deleting some of these people that I don't know. See here if we can actually get some games going. Yesterday we were getting some servers that were like 180 ping, which was nice. We only need like a win and a half to get next rank, which would be nice. I need to start to like actually kill off some of this stuff so that it's not boggling down my PC. Do you really want to exit Riot stuff? Yes, I do. I'm very disappointed in the fact that literally you cannot, for the love of you, get Blizzard to help you in customer support if you have someone else using your phone number. So I found out that someone's using my local phone number, never confirmed it, just claimed it and was using it for an account that I don't have. And then literally they're saying that they cannot help me reclaim my phone number and that I should just get a new phone number. Like, I was like, I've had the same phone number for 10 years. You're gonna tell me that someone can just come in here and just take it? Doesn't make any sense. Absolutely crazy. Crazy ridiculous. But we are plat, so we got plat in what, 4 days? Today's day 5. We should be able to get diamond at least, I think. When does the battle pass end? But yeah, I'm not gonna get the new COD until Christmas maybe? I don't know. I definitely don't want my freaking
Before that, we had some work that
stuff to go ahead and go about. Why does this person look so weird? Okay. Literally watching this dude play and get iridescent in multiplayer. I don't think that multiplayer is that much of a challenge, especially since he's over here doing deathmatch on multiplayer.
should be here. Oh my god, bro. I'm fucking beaming right now.
Enemies at Alpha. 10 seconds remaining.
I don't think that's very hard to do.
And remember that most dominating hardpoint I was telling you about earlier? Well, it got even better. Surprise. Like, we won a hardpoint game in ranked 250 to 50, and I was feeling good. But it didn't last for long. Reality hit quickly. Right when I thought we couldn't lose, the Avengers met their match. The third loss of the stream and officially ending the win streak at 44 wins in a row. Unlucky. 16-3 chat. Unlucky, bro. That's kind of sick. What the fuck, dog? When I died there, but it was just dumb. What the fuck? No. No.
But if you're, of course, if you and your other high skill buddies are gonna be in a freaking party, then
Fair enough. Fuck it, chat. We did it. There it is. Oh, dude! What the fuck? Right. And one time he's
I don't know. This dude like literally showed up on my fucking page. I think it's because I'm also doing shit like that. Okay, let's see. The $1 billion
On
tragedy.
June 6th of 2023, Diablo 4 officially launched, and it was an instant home run success. Twitch was booming, the concurrent player base peaked at almost 7 million players, long queue times, and celebrities partook in the ride. Everybody thought this was the game they were going to call home for a while. Now, there are as little as 400 people watching Diablo 4 on Twitch, players are forced to complete world bosses and events completely on their own, and player population dropped by over 99%. The economy between Eternal and Seasonal realms have been destroyed by rampant bugs. Season 1 content was an absolute disaster, and Season 2 looks to be the exact same. How did this happen? Where did this once beloved franchise go wrong? And what will it take to fix it? Today I'm going to explore the timeline of Diablo 4 from pre-release to what the game is now. Grab a cup of coffee and settle in, because this is the complete timeline of how Diablo 4 became the biggest disappointment in gaming history. Of course, I want to give a big thank you to the
I
YouTube
should probably do it
subscription
like
members who
this.
keep this dream alive by directly supporting the channel.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, ever since the late 90s, Blizzard Entertainment has been a staple in the gaming world, making some of the most popular and beloved gaming franchises of all time. The Warcraft trilogy, StarCraft, Diablo, Hearthstone, Overwatch, and their most popular, the World of Warcraft. The Diablo franchise in particular was a real heavy hitter. It embodied the true heart and soul of what the company stood for at the time. An incredible RPG gaming experience that is a mix of fantasy and dark gothic horror that many people across the world just couldn't put down. Diablo 2 released in the year 2000 and had a profound impact on the gaming world and
Fuck yeah, it
revolutionized the
did.
RPG genre.
It literally
The
was
social
game of
aspect
the year on
online
like
fostered a sense of
everybody's
community
list.
among players, paving the way for future online multiplayer games. And if you didn't want to play online, you didn't have to.
Yeah, you
The
could
game
play
left
local.
a permanent mark on the gaming world by introducing multiplayer features, innovative gameplay mechanics, expansion packs, and DLCs that influenced countless titles that followed it. This iconic game remains relevant even 2 decades after its initial release, leaving people hooked to this day. By the time Diablo 3 went into production, a whole new development team was in place, and in many eyes, this time period was the beginning of the end for Blizzard Entertainment. With the game finally launching on May 15th, 2012, the infamous Error 37 plagued the internet, leaving countless players in limbo on launch day.
This is a message to the people who work for Blizzard. Can't even play the fucking game! This is bullshit! This is bullshit! I paid money, cash money, dollar money, cash money!
The auction house, doing more harm than good, gave you the opportunity as a player to spend hundreds of dollars of your hard-earned real-life money on items in the game. And this benefited Blizzard greatly because they took a $1 cut on every successful auction. And with the game's insane levels of progressive difficulty, it meant that if you wanted to progress in the game effectively, the perfect gear was just in wallet's reach for nearly 2 years until it was finally removed. It took many years of innovation to bring Diablo 3 to where it is today. DLCs, seasons being implemented, greater rifts, and non-stop updates for nearly 10 years. A game with a disastrous launch and some fundamental
Never
problems with
played
its play
Diablo
design
3.
has grown into one of Blizzard's most long-lasting and beloved games that is currently being played and viewed as much as Diablo 4. Now, with 3 games in the franchise under its belt, Blizzard was looking to announce Diablo 4 at BlizzCon. But with the horrific Diablo Immortal announcement at BlizzCon 2018,
with Android and iOS, we don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
trying to build excitement for yet another Blizzard game is something that seems very grim in today's world. The once king of kings in game development has fallen very far from what they once were. They're hoping their heavy-hitter franchise like Diablo can once again spark life into the cold, bitter shell Blizzard is today. It all started with a grand announcement at BlizzCon, building hype and excitement amongst the fans. Easily being one of their greatest cinematics to date, the Diablo 4 announcement trailer left fans excited and happy to see Blizzard attempt and return to their truly dark and gothic roots of Diablo 2. Once the announcement trailer dropped, Blizzard was officially on the clock from the fans. And then, disaster struck.
More than 1,500 Activision Blizzard employees are calling for the resignation of the company's CEO, Bobby Kotick.
That Kotick had known about things, and he also had threatened to have an assistant killed at one point.
The company began to truly unravel midway through the development in 2021, with a major lawsuit against Activision Blizzard being filed for a near 2-year running investigation into the company from the state of California. Between the sexual allegations, unfair and unethical treatment toward women in the
Warm up while
workplace,
you can.
and more
We will deploy soon.
Took a round!
Enemy soldier incoming.
All right, enough chirping out of you.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Why can't I
Preparation
look
is
like
done. Now
straight
you
up?
deploy to the war zone.
Alright. Oh, everybody's the rank that they're supposed to be. Let's go.
Get ready, 5 seconds.
Battle Royale.
Alright, where are we going, boys?
Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
Call it, call it. Alright.
Outside mark, land here. On contract here.
Looks like one team with us.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Eliminate them. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Closing round.
We got money. Nice.
Move to the safe zone.
We can buy the loadout, guys. You want?
Up to you.
The gas is coming, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Move, move, move on the next one.
Backside is clear. Area secure. Time's up. Contract failed.
Come on.
Go ahead.
Contact's incoming! Throwing sent! Taking effective fire!
From here.
Also from behind.
Enemy visual!
Fight for your chance to redeploy.
Why don't lose? Why just go? In the gulag, I make the rules. Kill to escape. Die, and you never leave.
Stand by. Your squad mate has failed. They are returning to base. Gas is inbound. on target.
Requesting recon flyover! LMG rounds here.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO. You're the last one on your squad. Finish the job.
Really?
Solid copy. Counter UAV running signals in. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Dropping ammo here.
We have an ammo box here.
Ammo here.
Ammo box marked.
Counter UAV is returning to base.
Marking gas mask. Got some
Gas
bugs
is
here.
moving.
Oh fuck.
Some of your team is still outside the safe zone.
Marking gas mask.
I got it. Thank you.
Enemy helo marked.
You could probably go and get your loadout now. That helicopter was the same one that was chasing us earlier.
Yes. I think so. That somebody should us?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What the fuck?
There's a flare on my body.
Yes, but I'm not alive.
I'm talking to the last guy. He can
Where are you
come
going,
back.
mate? Come here.
Maybe ping the flare that's on my body. He might come back.
Found a counter UAV here. Disregard that.
Never mind.
They come in.
Yeah. Did he just quit?
I don't know.
I think he
I don't know.
quit.
That's so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, he quit. I. What a jackass. If you're gonna play party games, you have to play as a party, dude. You can't just fucking go off and do your own thing. Like, this is what the bronze mentality is. Oh, I'm better than everybody else. Like, no, dude. An okay team is better than a beast of a solo. Like, every single time, I swear. If 3 people come at you from 3 different angles and somewhat hit 50% of their shots, you're gonna go down. That's the difference between, like, it's been the beginning, been there since the beginning. Like, literally, you sit there, breaking, doing your own shit. It will always be that way.
Being surfaced, hundreds of employees at Blizzard walk out to protest against this frat boy culture and even more quit or step down from the company, leaving everything in disarray. And Diablo 4 was no exception to this. The ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit took a major toll on Blizzard, and the company bled high-quality developers and talent rapidly. In Blizzard's earning report for investors, they clearly stated that it has become apparent that some of the Blizzard content planned for the next year will benefit from more development time to reach its full potential. They also said they need extra time to complete production and continue growing their creative resources to support the titles after launch. Though not stated explicitly, the wording in the report implies that neither Overwatch 2 or Diablo 4 will launch before 2023. So with no other option, Diablo 4 was officially delayed. For a while during this time, Blizzard did what they do best: feed and prey off the nostalgia of previous games from their fans. The nostalgia of the great times this company once had. They went down the line and re-released titles of all their beloved games. Classic World of Warcraft, which led to what is now the re-release of the Wrath of the Lich King. Warcraft Reforged, which was a convoluted disaster. And finally, Diablo 2 Resurrected. They knew that by releasing these games, it would make them hundreds of millions of dollars and give them more time to try and develop something new that the fans would come to love once again. But time and time after, they fail to follow through with that promise and always come up short. With the new day and age of Blizzard's monetization, where they squeeze everything
It's
they can
literally
take,
so
it
bad.
finally took its toll. Classic era of World of Warcraft having expansion pack passes, character boosts, and now a new WoW token across expansions where you can literally buy gold with real-life money. Overwatch 2 being a copy of Overwatch 1 with egregious monetization and broken promises of new content and story that never came to light. Warcraft Reforged being a reskin with even more broken promises. At this point in time, it seems as if the company continues to make the wrong decisions based on greed and simply takes advantage of its player base across every game they've ever developed. We had no
I'm surprised that more people
The only
didn't
thing we
walk
can do
out
now is
for
hope
that
Diablo 4
announcement.
doesn't follow this sad and beat down pattern. And for many others, including myself, this would be Blizzard's last chance at repairing what is a betrayed and broken relationship between us and what used to be a magical company.
So stop holding out hope that Blizzard is going to come back. Everyone who founded Blizzard, all the principles that Blizzard was founded on, are dead. They've been desecrated. Let Blizzard go. That's my main message, is let Blizzard go. Appreciate what was created back when it was done. Stop holding out hope that it's going to come back, because it's not.
Hope. Hope is all that remains. In August of 2022, Blizzard announced their Diablo 4 alpha playtest, running for friends and family of Blizzard employees. Jason Schreier, a Bloomberg reporter, states on Twitter, "A bunch of people are playing an early build of Diablo 4 right now thanks to a friends and family alpha test. These players are under NDA, but I'm hearing mostly positive buzz." Schreier also noted that there are no microtransactions in the alpha build, so players won't have much of an idea what to expect from monetization. Although, Blizzard has previously confirmed that small Diablo 4 purchases will be cosmetic only, aside from larger story expansions. Months later, the Diablo 4 endgame beta invites go out in October of 2022, and the playtest officially begins. The playtest itself gave lucky testers a chance to go up against Lilith in the post-campaign Sanctuary and test out Diablo 4's endgame modes and instances. This included the Whispers of the Dead system, the progressively challenging Nightmare dungeons, region-wide Hell Tides, the Fields of Hatred PvP, and the Paragon progression system. This was the only endgame test they hosted before launch with enough time to make changes. And this is going to be important and a big conversation topic later. A couple months after that, a massive article comes out on the Washington Post stating that Diablo...
Alright, hopefully we don't get into a full-on lobby within the next 2 minutes. God forbid we actually be able to connect to a lobby. Like, literally, it's kind of ridiculous that I have to do this to get ranked. Oh my god, it's been 2 minutes. Are we in a lobby? No, we're not. Hey, I think Diablo was actually really fun. It was refreshing. But also I haven't played a Diablo game in like 10 years, so
4 developers are working overtime to meet the release deadline, and it also includes their own staff, stating there is mismanagement and disturbing script changes that might contribute to delays. It's a process that's been plagued by mismanagement and employees being promised perks for working late evenings and weekends outside of regular work hours, but employees stating they were simply negligible perks, such as a $25 DoorDash credit if they worked more than 10 hours a day. They described a mounting sense of dissatisfaction and malice amongst employees as they endured leadership change constantly, and that the Diablo team has been losing talent for over a year as employees look for more competitive wages and better work conditions elsewhere. Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick attributed the company's stock price drop to the game delay of Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2 rather than the ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit filed against the company in July of 2021. He quotes, "I think what affected the stock price more than the sexual harassment investigation is pushing out the release dates of Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4. His comments frustrated some of the company's developers who felt he was blaming them unfairly, stating, "We felt very much like he just drove the bus over on top of us. As you can see, the relationship and chemistry within the company seems to begin crumbling." A person familiar with senior leadership found the performance shares unnecessary and even destructive, arguing that they incentivize leadership to cut corners, compromise, and ship products that are not ready to be released instead of doing what is the best thing for the long-term value creation. Employees state they just went to work every day and got angry, either because the tools were slow or they simply did not like the game that much. They also stated that it wasn't just employees that left, it was many with institutional knowledge and decades of experience, leaving brand new employees and developers brought in from elsewhere to fill in. Diablo 4's unannounced internal release date went from 2021 to December of 2022, then got pushed back further to April 2023, and then finally June of 2023. A former employee stated, "We're at the point where they're not willing to delay the game anymore. So we all just have to go along and figure out how much we're willing to hurt ourselves to make sure the game gets released in a good enough state." To help Diablo 4 get over the finish line, Activision Blizzard enlisted industry veterans such as Rod Ferguson. Rod would hold weekly Zoom meetings known as Rodcasts, which during them he would talk about celebrities he's met and movies he enjoys. Employees felt that not much actually came out of these discussions, stating, "To me, he came off as a bit of a clout chaser about where he came from, like Gears of War. We all thought he was gonna come in and fix the game. And when nothing happened, that's when you started to see this massive turnover." The Blizzard Entertainment company that was once so dedicated to quality and putting out the best product they possibly can is currently rushing out Diablo 4 in a good enough state, with employees and team members who don't get along, and leaders who are poor at taking care of their team members. All of this inside of an environment that is polluted with greed and numbers more than anything. With launch just a few months away, Diablo 4 is looking grim.
I feel like this guy meant to put this
On
out.
February 21st, the developers officially released the Inside the World of Sanctuary video, where
That
they
could have
had
been a
many
whole
developers
video
work on
itself.
Art direction, environment, monsters, gameplay innovations, and world building. They made promises and stated they wanted to bring the game back toward Diablo 2.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically more back towards like Diablo 2, the much darker style.
And they also emphasized non-repetitive gameplay features.
So you never feel like you're always doing the same thing. The pacing is always a
No,
little bit different.
you always
On March
do.
1st, they released a video showing the gameplay trailer for the beta early access of Diablo 4, announcing that you could play the game on March 17th through March 19th if you pre-purchase the $90 Digital Deluxe or $100 Ultimate Edition of the game. The $100 Ultimate Edition gives you the advantage to play up to 4 days early over everyone else, the accelerated seasonal battle pass unlock, mounts, cosmetics, emotes, and even rewards for their other Blizzard games such as World of Warcraft, Diablo Immortal, and Diablo 3. By this point, it is very well known that Diablo 4 was going to have a battle pass that was cosmetic only, and a big reward for buying this set of editions was a small boost through the battle pass. It's important to note that the battle pass was not available until the launch of Season 1, which didn't come until a month and a half after the game's launch. The early access weekend for Diablo 4 arrived, and the game was in the hands of the public, allowing you to go up to level 25. This weekend was only available to players who have pre-ordered the Digital Deluxe Edition, and you could play as the Barbarian, Rogue, or Sorcerer. It only allows you to play through Diablo 4's prologue in one zone, and that is Fractured Peaks. Once again, no endgame testing. At first, the servers were plagued with horrendous queue times and error codes. A simple explanation is that there is a repeating cycle going on where players would sit in a sometimes over hour-long queue, finally get logged into the game, to only then get disconnected and be put back in an even longer queue after about 5 to 10 minutes of playing. This continued through most of the night until Blizzard put out a patch that seemingly fixed the problem. This angered many people because they spent additional money to play that said early access weekend, and it started to raise some eyebrows in the community. Overall though, from a gameplay perspective, people were relatively happy with Diablo 4 as a game so far. But of course, there were concerns, and there were a few in particular that stood out to the community. And like a dagger coated in poison, issues that seemingly never went away. Some of these include that there isn't anything in Diablo 4 that's redefining what an ARPG can be. Tedious grinds that you're forced to do and aren't even fun the first time, including Renown, Altars of Lilith, Waypoints, and instead of it being fun challenges, it was simply a Google search to find the location and run around and collect them all. The UI across the board needed work, being forced to play online and having no offline mode worried player bases about server stability, and it felt like Diablo 4 wasn't created with the same heart as Diablo 1 and 2 were. Little did they know, it only got much worse moving forward. The open beta weekend arrived, allowing everybody openly to play the game, and all 5 classes up to level 25. Immediately, players are noticing the difference in power between the Druid and the Necromancer, and coming to the conclusion that classes like the Barbarian and the Druid lag behind significantly in terms of kill speed, unlike the other classes leveling. The balance was so bad about the druid that memes were being made and the class was nothing but a laughingstock.
For 17 damage.
Oh, what a... Players feel as though that the game is missing key features such as the gem tab, skill loadouts, more bank storage, inventory filters, and more quality of life features that are widely seen across gaming. Between the issues with the early access and open beta weekends, players are starting to believe that the game is poorly developed and there is a lot of fine-tuning that needs to be done. Other than that, the base game of combat animations and story seemed good enough for now. After the open beta weekends, the official Diablo team releases the Into the Endgame developer update video, breaking down everything the game has to offer once you reach the end game, and developers made incredibly bold promises that were sadly never delivered upon.
Brand new activities that provide meaningful progression, no matter their playstyle.
There's going to never be an absence of something to do.
Paragon War is a place where we're allowed to have a lot more depth, a lot more customization, many more options as you go. There's over 120 dungeons to play through and find in Diablo 4, and any one of them can become a nightmare dungeon.
We later found out that this was simply not true, being that there was only roughly 20 nightmare dungeons in a rotation at a time, forcing you to do the same ones over and over again. A few days later, the Diablo 4 team announces they are making significant changes to character classes, dungeon design, UI changes, and more. This leaves people very excited that the developers are listening to player feedback and are excited for the future. Through the last few months before launch, the Diablo 4 developers assure us that they're going back to their roots of Diablo 2.
Well, the initial direction was Diablo 2.
The fantasy of a dark, gothic, medieval world.
Darker and grittier, and Diablo 2 was kind of the inspiration.
We wanted to bring Diablo 4 artistically more back towards like Diablo 2.
Have we heard this story before? Is this something that Blizzard is doing once again to tug on our nostalgia? Is history going to repeat itself like it did with Warcraft Reforged, Overwatch, and World of Warcraft Classic? The only thing left to do now is hope what they say is true and await launch day. Before you know it, the internet is absolutely slammed with Diablo 4 marketing. Whether it be the KFC collaboration, the non-stop Megan Fox promotions, pre-launch dinner parties with big names in the gaming industry, the Diablo 4 cathedral painting in France, the Halsey Diablo 4 song, and even a launch live-action trailer. They also announced the Diablo 4 hardcore leveling competition, where the first 1,000 users to reach level 100 on hardcore will be eligible to have their battle tag engraved on a physical
I
statue
should have
of Lilith
got that.
on the Blizzard campus. Blizzard held nothing back in wanting all eyes of the world on Diablo 4, and they knew this launch was going to be a big deal for them. It was either going to make or break the company moving forward, and they were ready to show the world what they had in Diablo 4. At least, that's what we thought. On June 1st of 2023, the early access launch of Diablo 4 finally arrived. It doesn't matter too much how amazing a game is or even how well received it is. Shareholders, executives, and accountants want to know how well a game is selling. They revealed that in just 5 days, sales of Diablo 4 had surpassed $666 million in revenue, estimating nearly 10 million game copies sold, not even including the additional microtransactions so heavily apparent inside the game. In corporate eyes, Diablo 4 was booming, and it was nothing short of a monumental success. It became officially Blizzard's fastest-selling game of all time. So, Activision Blizzard was back on top, right? Well, that statement couldn't have been more untrue. Shortly after launch, the internet was flooded with reviews about Diablo 4. The early game, being relatively good from a gameplay perspective, quickly dissipated as people headed into the end game.
Literally.
The truth is, Diablo 4 had no innovation and nothing truly creative toward the ARPG genre, and Blizzard simply took no risks. Tree of Whispers are the same thing as bounties from Diablo 3. They kept the same generic gambling systems. Paragon boards are just stolen content from Path of Exile and Wolken. Nightmare dungeons are just riffs from Diablo 3. The new free choice leveling is the same thing as Diablo 3's adventure mode. Nothing here was brand new or innovative. It was the same reused and recycled content, and fans were simply bored of it within a few weeks' time. The most common mistake we see from games with lack of endgame presence is they make the grind to max level longer, so it gives them time to come up with something new. And what did Blizzard do? Exactly just that. One by one, they were going across the board and nerfing dungeon farms to permit anyone from leveling too quickly from specific dungeons. And when that wasn't enough, they completely nerfed elite mob density across the board. One of the most fun aspects of the game. Instead of buffing the lackluster dungeons that were boring and slow, they nerfed the fun ones. They continued to do this with nearly everything in the game moving forward. Build diversity was the same result. Across all classes, you could see a clear-cut pattern in people using the same exact builds over and over again. Instead of buffing weak abilities to bring them in line with the strong ones, they simply nerfed the abilities that were performing too well, making everything feel boring. And with the price of recost and the non-existence of skill loadouts or a dual specialization system in play, it was too risky to constantly be testing out and theory crafting new builds. It was too tedious to respec hundreds of Paragon points manually one by one, and flat out too expensive. Having to grind out countless legendary aspects, uniques, and perfect affix rolls on every piece of gear was something that took too much time. By this time, players were reaching level 65 plus, and the level pacing drastically slowed down, and so did the excitement of good loot rewards as well.
So the problem with Diablo 4 is that after you spend about 80 hours into the game, all of the gear upgrades that you can get are so minimal, there's nothing else to do.
Yeah, literally. I said that like the first couple of days. I was like, the loot is starting to slow down.
It's obvious to everybody now that Diablo 4 has no endgame, and it was heavily front-loaded. The minor endgame testing, mixed with the constant changing of development teams and major lack of inexperience and workplace professionalism, was finally starting to take its toll. During this time, the in-game cash shop is being flooded with skins and cosmetic options available for purchase, even some cases where the cosmetic armor bought with real money would be bugged and not even appear on your character. The hardcore player-based drama is at an all-time high, with players dying constantly to server instability, disconnects, and things being completely out of their control through bugs and poor optimization of the game. Even worse, to confirm your place as a winner in the race, you had to tweet the Diablo Twitter account a Diablo 4 hashtag, your full battle net and battle tag, and lastly, a picture proving you reached level 100. The amateur middle school system of confirming a challenge so important that hundreds of thousands of people are participating in ends up being a massive mistake, and they make errors announcing the wrong winners. This showed a major lack of effort and care in a multi-billion-dollar company, and once again, amateur or brand new developers making huge mistakes, skating by and doing things just good enough once again. There were even several websites out there that tracked the progress of the hardcore characters with having zero budget, so surely Blizzard could have done it themselves. It became too difficult to manage storage inside of a full loot ARPG game. Between gems, legendaries, and aspects, rare items, uniques, inventory was quickly flooded within minutes of grinding out a single dungeon.
Legit.
And players demanded more room for their other characters. When Blizzard finally responded over a month later, they stated they couldn't add more because it creates a lot of memory overhead. When you see another player in game, you load them and their entire stash. Things like a gem tab, leaderboard, stash tabs, loot filters, ability loadouts, all announced to be added in future expansions sometime.
Holding for deployment. Take this time to warm up. Training is over. Time to see what you have learned.
Alright, boys, where are we going?
Battle Royale.
The skid's on me, man.
Your team has entered the safe zone.
Go.
Ale mnie to wkurwa, jak coś mówisz, kurwa, i ja nie wiem co.
Moving here. Possible enemies here. Yo, watch for movement.
Good.
Sniper, get the cover.
One shot.
Our counter UAV is active.
Need some cash. Alive. Area's hot.
Your squad mate is in the gulag now. If they survive, they redeploy.
You're gonna make it, bud. Tossing smoke grenade. Thanks.
You took a beating. Back to base with you.
As far as 6 months to a year from now. 1 month after the game launches, they hosted a developer live stream bringing us all some crucial updates to try and calm the community down. To kick off the show, they gave us a 30-minute segment on their new Diablo Immortal class, the Blood Knight, and the whole lore behind the mobile game right now. They also finally showed off the Battle Pass monetization and the secret lessons that are implemented to help us quickly gain crafting materials, gold, and experience points more efficiently. This is in regard to having us create whole new characters inside of seasonal realms. And believe it or not, those can be factored. When you spent smoldering ash to increase the amount of gold and materials that you would gain, there was a bug that would increase the amount of costs of everything as well by the same exact percentages. So so it became nothing but an illusion of choice. And to even acquire all of your stolen characters, you actually had to obtain max level to acquire them all, leaving you a system that is nothing but broken and contradictory. Only half of your renown characters, and half of the brand new content and class changes in Season 1 was locked to the seasonal realms and was forbidden on the Eternal realms, meaning that if you wanted all of these brand new changes and updates, you had to start all over and create a whole new character. You were then forced to go onto seasonal realms, and players were quickly flooded with additional monetization. They even coincidentally made the paid accelerated battle pass the largest icon in glow red on the homepage. They also coincidentally didn't confirmation button so that if you accidentally clicked it, you spent your money without any warning. Bugs even went rampant through Season 1, with people having the ability to trade hundreds of millions of gold, legendaries, and even unique items between the Eternal and Seasonal hard-earned player progression. By this point, players were at their limit. Metacritic scores plummeted, and the population slowly dwindled down to nothing within a week of Season 1 being launched. Final nail in the coffin, Larian Studios released Baldur's Gate 3 on August 3rd of 2023, easily being the front runner for the game of the year.
Take the
Diablo 4
flag,
out. The game had stability, no egregious monetization, good developers, better RPG, innovative design with stable servers and a real character creator, and gameplay sections with freedom of choice throughout your entire.
We took that one, but we will be back to finish the job.
What the fuck is happening, dude? Literally, this dude just like... Oh my god. I'm literally losing now because the fucking idiots that I keep on getting as teammates don't know how to play this game. That's fantastic. And on top of that, I have to wait a whole 10 minutes to get into a lobby.
Blizzard used to take pride in, but those days are now over. A game that just a few months ago had a population of almost 7 million concurrent active players at once has now lost more than 99% of its total population and is shrinking more and more by the day. So what was the exact cause of Diablo 4's failure? Was it the constant change in development teams before launch day? The loss of key figures within the company due to the allegations and walkouts? Developers disliking the game they're creating, and the increased malice between leaders and company team members? Was it the constant delays, the microtransactions being forced onto players? Or is it just the simple fact that Blizzard has completely lost its touch and the era of this once King of Kings is now over? No one really knows exactly. But one thing is for sure. No game in history has had almost 7 million concurrent active players at one time, and within a couple months, get reduced down to less than 40,000 active players throughout the entire day. A 99.4% loss in player base count. This is why Diablo 4 is the biggest disappointment in recent gaming history. Hopefully heading into 2024, they can bring loads of improvements into the game and maybe flip the script on this whole situation. Maybe, just maybe, we can have a solid ARPG to play. But just remember, the new Path of Exile is on its way, and it could very well be too late. Have you played Diablo 4? What are your thoughts and feelings? What do you think is the biggest mistake they made? Let me know, this guy from the Comeback Kid.
I think that Diablo 4 could definitely take it back. It's just freaking... they're not listening. If they just listen to half
and immediately regretted
of
that
what
purchase, this normally leads into Googling
the community is
Steam
saying.
refunds and hoping that you didn't play the game long enough to recoup your losses. Well, you aren't alone. We've all had this feeling because, frankly, these days, Steam is half reputable storefront for interesting experiences and half hot garbage dumping ground for shovelware and risque dating sims. So today, I'm going to be taking a look at some of the worst rated games on Steam. I picked 10 different games out of the bottom 100 and dived in. I figured this would be a fun departure from my normal content, and I also decided that I talk about way too many good games on this channel. I figured it was time I got right down into the muck. Hey Dad, it's me, your favorite son, and today I'd like to talk about bad games. Before we really get into the games, I'd like to briefly go over how I selected the entries on this list. First, I did not just select the worst rated 10 games on Steam. This is because the video would then have me reviewing Chinese trading card games and Overwatch 2, which I really don't want to do, and I don't think you want to see me do that either. I decided to go down through the list and choose the most enticing entries. I obviously nixed games from the list that just did not run at all or were online games that are now out of service. I also tried to choose a slightly wider variety of genres so that this didn't result in an hour of me talking about terrible city building sims. There's a surprising amount of those on the bottom 100. Because of this, I chose 10 games that were an entertaining variety, but also had bad enough ratings on Steam that the average player would not recommend them. That being said, there were still some games that ran pretty poorly no matter what I did, so forgive me if some of the footage isn't the greatest.
You want forgiveness? Get religion.
Also, I just want to point out that I will not be delving incredibly deep into every single game. This won't be a complete retrospective on all 10 games, just a general overview of each project, the research I did into them, and some other tangentially related projects. I will say though that I did try to give each game a fair chance and play them for as long as I felt was necessary. With that, let's get into the games. The first game that I played for this video was Flat Out 3: Chaos and Destruction. Flat Out 3 is a racing game first and foremost. At the time of writing this script, Flat Out 3 is actually the 4th worst reviewed game on Steam, with mostly negative reviews. Flat Out 3 was developed by Team 6 Game Studios and published by Strategy First. As you can tell, this is the 3rd game in a series of racing games. The previous entries were developed by Bugbear Entertainment. The first two games of the series were actually pretty reputable, both hitting around the 70 mark on their Metacritic scores. Both of the games were praised for their responsive and tight controls, and the realistic destruction of cars and obstacles for the time. But like every good thing, it had to eventually come to an end. In December of 2011, Flat Out 3 was released for Microsoft Windows to an almost resounding no. It wasn't just fans that were giving this game bad reviews, it was critics as well. The gaming publication Edge gave it a 1 out of 10, a score that it has only ever given one other game, Kabuki Warriors, for the Xbox. So what garnered all of this hate? Well, first of all, for a driving game, Flat Out 3 has pretty bad controls. It just feels incredibly wonky to play. Where a good racing game feels like being behind the wheel of a finely tuned machine, Flat Out 3 feels like driving a souped-up tractor through a frozen cornfield. Every action you take to turn the controls in the way that you want leaves you flailing. The jumping and the physics feel even worse. It's cartoony, but not in a good way. I could see how this game could want to have unrealistic physics. It's a game based around demolishing other cars and taking out the competition, warping your own machine in the process. But it feels more Bugs Bunny than anything. When you hit a ramp, your car falls down with this weird and unsatisfying thud. But racing isn't the only thing that you can do in Flat Out 3. There are a ton of game modes that we can try out. Some would say far too many game modes. I would say that. In addition to racing, we can also do stunts, a mode which sees us flinging our character through the windshield and aiming for some sort of goal. This mode was in the previous Flat Out game, but this really just feels like a downgrade. In addition to the myriad of hair-raising graphical glitches, it just never feels all that fun. The mode itself actually reminds me of the PlayStation Store game Pain, a game where you flung your character into a city and tried to do as much damage as you could. I should also point out that the characters in Flatout 3 have a pretty distinct parody theme to them. This game definitely seemed like it wanted to be one of those early 2000s shock humor games. A few of the characters are based on real celebrities like Katie Boxing Sale, Jennifer Ellistor, Eufer Bull, and Zario the Mechanic is just straight up Ron Jeremy. The big battle mode in Flatout 3 allows you to go up against tons of other cars, vying for the top spot of 24 by doing the most damage, basically a massive demolition derby. All of the demolition modes kind of suck because you can really get stuck when one of the AI just repeatedly runs into you, giving you no room to get out. You just have to be okay with getting rammed into a wall until your car eventually explodes. Battle Arena is another mode which is basically the same thing but with less cars. Not sure why they needed 2 modes for these, but okay. I do know why, actually. It's because they wanted to pad out the game, so it looked like there was a lot more to do. For some reason, the Battle Arena mode is terribly slow compared to the Big Battle mode. I spent 10 minutes just circling cars in this mode, trying to damage other racers. The goal is just to run into other cars as fast as you can, but I have no idea how the game decides to calculate damage. I will get as much speed as I can, slam into a vehicle from its side, and flip it across the map, and the game will pop up, "You did 1% damage." But then I'll lightly graze a vehicle while trying to get out of the middle of the map, and it'll say, "You did 5% damage." In any case, the amount of damage that you do is just too low, and it makes this whole mode take forever. Also, why is there no health meter for my car on screen? Instead of having a static meter, it just constantly updates you on your health with a pop-up that shows every 10 seconds or so to tell you your health percentage. The night shift mode is described by the game as the most difficult race mode in Flatout, but it's really just rainy and foggy. I guess you could say that the visibility makes it a little harder, but it really doesn't seem that much different from a normal race. The speed mode sees you driving Formula 1-like cars that have higher top speeds than the others, but that's really it. And the search and destroy mode allows you to drive monster trucks with the goal of finding barrels hidden around the map. The splat out mode is the game's zombie mode, where you drive around and try to hit the undead in quick succession, racking up points the faster you can manage it. And the off-road mode is basically a free-for-all, where you try to get the highest score in drifting, jumping, destruction, and wrecking. All of these modes really just feel hollow. There's only a couple that I could see any person playing more than once. The novelty of things like splat out and speed mode and search and destroy seem like one-time plays. That being said, I can't really see anyone playing any of these modes more than once due to the janky controls and terrible AI. Because this game was so bad though, and I had no prior exposure to the Flatout series, I decided to go back to Flatout 2 to see what all of the fuss was about. And oh man, was this a f***ing game. It's one of those games that just has a ton of soul. It's totally a product of its time. The aesthetic is driving shitty cars on broken down tracks, trying to avoid obstacles and slam into your opponents, all while the fantastic butt rock soundtrack plays through your speakers. It's a fantastic early 2000s racing game. The destruction is really cool, and running your opponents off the track feels really satisfying. The controls are much better than the game that came after it. They feel tight, responsive, and just all around good. You can upgrade your car with money you earn from winning cups, but you can also get extra bonuses from hitting the most cars during a race or having the fastest lap. There's a lot of customization here, but honestly the biggest thing this game has over Flatout 3 is that it's just fun to play. During playing all of these games, I found myself going back to Flatout 2 just to do a couple races here and there because it was so entertaining. There's definitely a nostalgia for the time there, where these games were one in a million. When you could walk into an EB Games and this would be sitting on a shelf next to MX Unleashed. You could buy either and take them home, eventually putting hundreds of hours into them because they just figured out the formula for fun. Playing Flatout 2 also gives me an appreciation for how terrible the third game in the series is. Once I went back to it, everything immediately clicked. I could see why fans of the series would be frustrated over this release. Flatout would have 2 more games in the series before it inevitably went dark. Flatout Stuntman was an iOS game that seemed to focus on the stunt mode from the previous games, and Flatout 4 Total Insanity was the last mainline game in the series, switching developers once again, receiving mixed reviews on release, but hey, at least it wasn't mostly negative. Uriel's Chasm was developed by Railslave Games, a company that I can't find too much about online. I do know that the game was created by a man named Dylan Barry, who has a great passion for making weird and rebellious projects. Uriel's Chasm has a terrible score on Steam. It is the 6th worst reviewed game on the platform. This game does open with a real video of two girls calling themselves shovelware queens and is interspersed with clips of people criticizing the game itself. Now, I'll be honest, the game itself is pretty bad. Each level has a new style of gameplay, where the first one sees us mining rocks in space to try and get Bible verses, and where the second sees us side-scrolling to destroy space monsters. None of the styles that the game tries to emulate work very well. There's a ton of jank here, and controlling these truly feels like shoving a square shape into a round hole. It just doesn't work. But tons of people have talked about the janky gameplay of Uriel's Chasm. I want to talk about the style. This was the first thing that gripped me when I booted the game up. The game's aesthetic is incredibly interesting. It's almost eerie with its dialogue and writing. The art can either be incredibly simple, amateur-style work, or some of the strangest, most underground stuff you've seen. This is exactly what Barry wanted to do. In an interview with Killscreen, he described indie games as something darkly rebellious and destructively psychedelic. He wanted to make something different, something people hadn't seen.
Check your gear and weapons. We go soon. Enemy soldier incoming. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enough training. Now we face the enemy for real.
Alright, where are we going? Literally like a copy and paste of the ghillie suit that I have on this dude to that guy with some goggles. Gotta love it.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Requesting recon at my location.
Oh damn, nobody came here.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO. Gas is moving. now.
Satchel here.
Black site secure. Good work. Be advised, there is an enemy squad hunting for you. Loadout drop headed your way.
Requesting recon flyover!
UAV is bingo fuel. RTV at this time.
Moving here.
Friendly loadout drop on the way. Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Excuse me.
Armor here! Got an armor box here.
Gas moving in.
Moving.
Be advised, you have teammates outside the safe zone. The enemy lost track of you. You're safe. sighted here. Hostile force strike near your position.
Solid copy. Mortar strike on the way.
Requesting closer!
Longbow 3-1 on approach. Strike inbound. Good effect on target.
Requesting fire me!
Mortar strike inbound now.
You'll have to fight to earn redeployment. The fight has begun. Get ready to fight. You're up next.
You are in the gulag now, soldiers. This is my world. Your only way out is to kill your enemies or stay forever.
Your squad mate was broken. They are no longer with us. Your squad mate lost the fight. Now they return to base. Victory rests on your shoulders. Finish the mission. You're done. We're sending you back to base. Learn from the loss. Failure is a wise teacher.
You have to be able to use your microphones. Like, I shouldn't be punished for something that I'm just we're just gonna fucking we're just gonna literally like fucking not talk. We're not gonna even pay attention to what anyone's saying. Like literally the fucking people that are in here are garbage. So I'm just gonna play selfishly. Cause like I'm honestly tired of fucking these people just going off and doing their own thing. Like, I'm not gonna lose rank just because of me wanting to be nice anymore.
Before, something that would bring shock and awe. But I think Uriel's Chasm is really a game that mostly just brings promise in aesthetic and poor game design. The levels feel weak, with foregrounds blending into background. There's way too much UI on the screen. Things don't work like they should. It's a total mess. But because of the promise of the aesthetic, I wanted to see what the other games in the series were like. So I booted up Uriel's Chasm 2. And boy, is it all the first game had and more. The aesthetic is still there, incredibly inventive colors and writing. The gameplay has gotten a little better, a little tighter in control, but it can still be really janky. During the beginning section, I have almost no idea what's going on the right side of the screen, outside of the boss's health meter. It's just an insane schizo simulator. The second section sees us protecting the Garden of Paradise from the fires that are trying to burn it down. This game was still pretty similar to the first, but the writing was still very interesting, so I decided to check out the third and final game of the series. Uriel's Chasm 3 is one of the most inventive and interesting projects that I have ever seen, and I have no idea what is happening in it. The story seems to open in some new facility that is dedicated to reanimating ancient genetic material. In the game, we play a blob that moves around the facility and talks to other blobs or destroys other blobs. I don't know what any of this is, but the interface that almost feels like we're playing an alien Game Boy, the art, the colors, the foreign interface, and the music all create an atmosphere that you just don't want to leave. One that's both terrifying and inviting at the same time. I can't say I've played all of Railslave's games, as they have 4 others on Steam, and it seems like their most recent one was Nauseous Pines, which came out in November of 2019. I can't say that any of these games are actually good, technically speaking anyways, but did they scratch an itch? For sure. These are the types of games that you can only find in the indie scene, ones that are genuinely trying new things, a fresh take and perspective on the medium, incredible amounts of style, uniqueness, truly one-of-a-kind games, like no other. In that same interview with Killscreen, Barry describes it perfectly. Polish or popular conventions don't usually come into it. Originality was always my reason for everything. I will 100% go down with this ship. Space Base DF9 is a game that is not particularly original. Space Base was developed by Double Fine, who are most known for making Psychonauts, Brutal Legend, Costume Quest, and Broken Age. Double Fine hosted a public prototyping session called Amnesia Fortnite in 2012, which would allow users to vote on the 5 prototype games that they would like to see become full projects. Of these games, the second highest voted was Space Base DF9. This game is primarily a base building management simulator. We are given a space station and it's our job to manage the different people living on it, cordon off rooms for the people to live in, do jobs in, and relax in. We can create new spaces, bars, restaurants, resource refineries. This is all in the goal of expanding our base. Ideally, we send out crew to gather resources and new people and develop new parts of our station, gaining access to new features of the base, and it sort of works in a way. At its best, Space Base DF9 is really just your regular average simulation game. Not a ton of complexity and just all around pretty bland. At its worst, Space Base DF9 is a broken and unbalanced mess. One of the worst problems with the game is that our crew can die. Now, this is a pretty common thing in these types of games and presents a challenge for us to overcome, but the problem here lies when we get attacked. Pirates will eventually try to board our ship and take us out. This happens incredibly often and usually does not give us enough time to recover. Each game mostly ends the same then, our crew getting wiped out by pirates. There are ways to circumvent this though. Each crew member that we obtain gets a role. Miners can be sent out to retrieve resources, builders can then use those resources to expand on the base, technicians can maintain the constructions that builders have placed, we even have bartenders, botanists, and scientists. Each crew member is good at a certain number of jobs and bad at others, but they also like certain jobs more than others. Putting a crew member in a job they like will keep them happy, and if you put them in one they don't like, they'll end up depressed and sad. But one of the most important jobs is security. Security does 2 things. They respond to immediate threats to the base and can be sent out to search derelict spaceships. They're not really quick or good at either, no matter how high their rating in the field is. They just generally don't respond fast enough, and pirates end up killing at least 2 or 3 crew members before security dispatches with them. If they invade a derelict ship, most of the time there are too many foes for them to handle at once, and this results in a lot of crew deaths. And if it's only 1 or 2 members, then this isn't that big of an issue. In the later game, when you have 30 plus crew, it's just not a problem. But in the beginning, it can kill your playthrough. If you do manage to make it into the later stages of the game, you will realize its true downfall, the stupidity of the AI. Most crew, half the time, just don't seem to do what they are designed to do. You can't really tell if the game is just bugging out or if the crew are just unresponsive. Sometimes it's both, and you're never really sure. At one point, I extended a room to fit more structures and tore down the old wall to make it bigger. But instead of building the room first, my builders just tore down the wall and it killed everyone on the base. Technicians will just avoid fixing certain machines, security will avoid enemies, researchers won't research, doctors won't doctor. It just ends up being a minefield of jank. The game really just doesn't work like it should. The whole crime of this game really is that it's just mediocre. There are games out there that do what Space Base was trying to do way better, and they don't have bugs plaguing the experience. At the end of the day, Double Fine did abandon this project and didn't fix the issues or fully deliver on the promises that they made for the game. There are some fans that have gone back to patch the game and try and make it what it was supposed to be, but at the end of the day, this is an unfinished product being sold to the masses. Goddess is a very interesting project. It was created by Peter Molyneux and developed by his newly created studio, 22 Cans. You probably know Molyneux from games like Fable and Black and White. Molyneux is notorious for overpromising and underdelivering. It's just what he does, and he does it well. In 2012, he left Lionhead Studios, the studio behind the Fable series, and created his own studio, 22 Cans. This was meant to be a place where Molyneux could stretch his legs and have full creative control on the projects that he undertook. The first game the studio released was called Curiosity, What's Inside the Cube, a mobile game social experiment. But the first real project that they undertook was Goddess. Goddess is first and foremost a
We will be
god.
deploying soon. Enemy soldier incoming.
Yo.
Warm-up is over. Stand
What's
by
up?
for deployment to the war zone.
Where we going?
Whatever.
Copy that. Battle Royale.
LZ Mars, get ready!
Roger that. Got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
One team on my ping.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV. Enemy marked.
Two guys down.
Planting Claymore!
Gas is closing in. Hostile airstrike near your location. I need high caliber rounds. Head to the safe zone now.
Moving here!
Enemy counter UAV is active.
Marking gas mask!
Okay, wait.
Friendly recon scanning for threats.
Okay, one guy at the top. He's
Of this building?
yeah.
Okay.
I ping him. Okay, wait, you're coming. He jumped. back to the shop.
Enemy UAV active. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Dropping ammo here! Ammo box here.
Do you play AR or sniper?
AI.
Okay.
An enemy squad is hunting you. Stay alert. Hostile UAV in the area.
Rockets here.
Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Got armor here.
One team there.
Marking gas mask.
Stop. Under me, under me.
Okay.
Launching mine.
Building, careful.
Enemy here.
Ground.
Setting mine.
Move to the safe zone. Our mortar strike is inbound.
Hostiles in the AO.
My building, my building.
We have a loadout drop here.
Enemy in the area. Hostile airstrike incoming. Evaded the enemy trackers. Good
Taking
work.
effective fire. Launching mine. Enemy activity.
Where?
Here we go.
Upstairs. Full team.
Fight for your chance to redeploy.
One guy break.
You're in the gulag now, soldiers. This is my world. Your only way out is to kill your enemies or stay forever.
Throwing Semtex.
Stand by for redeployment. Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. Fight for a chance to redeploy.
On contract here. Enemy in the area.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Squad mate has been cleared for redeployment.
Oh shit.
Your squad mate has failed. They are returning to base.
Movement.
Gas is inbound. Your team made it to the safe zone.
Semtex incoming. Setting mine.
Movement.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. I'm hit.
Nice.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Another one, another one. Nice.
Thanks.
Custom weapon here.
Marked an SMG.
Yeah, ammo box.
Custom weapon here.
Got a custom weapon here.
Maybe we can go around and see if we can find any more houses with cash. Buy a loadout again. Oh no. It's 13, right? Or 16. 16.
16, 16. Oh. Oh no.
Mark the target.
Throwing flash grenade. Marking gas mask.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
I think we have enough.
Yep. Okay. Bro. We really just need, like, someone that's halfway competent. That's all I need.
Part of the genre that Molyneux himself helped create and shape. The God game genre is really about creating and shaping a world or influencing a population. Goddess takes this to a new level by having you really play a god that commands and controls a massive population of worshippers. When we first begin, we have very few followers, and they will automatically begin building small settlements and procreating. Our job is to shape the land around them to give them a good space to spread out. I will say that I actually do enjoy the land shaping system in this game. We can select each layer and destroy it or pull it out at will. The lower layers can be shaped for free, but to shape the higher layers, we have to use belief. Belief is a currency that is obtained slowly from followers, but also by destroying rocks around our land. Belief is used for everything, to shape the land, to use our god powers, to consolidate houses into villages. It's all over the place. We need a lot of it to do the things we want. As we get more followers, we begin to unlock more powers and features for the game. We can eventually create settlements focused on farming. Farming will make our builders work faster, and we can even then create builder settlements, which create even more efficient builders. A lot of these upgrade cards, though, require stickers to unlock. The stickers are retrieved from finding chests around the world, but also from expeditions. At the time of playing the game, there is only one expedition, but this wasn't really too big of an issue for a while because I never really ran out of stickers. What I did find I needed quite often were gems. Gems allow you to buy belief so you don't have to wait for it to be produced, and also buy stickers or wheat. Now, why does this all sound odd for a PC game? It's because it is. Goddess wasn't like this in the beginning. It looked a lot different, had many different features that were removed, and was then turned into this pseudo-mobile game style. The game was also released on mobile, where you can actually purchase gems in the store to make things go faster. But because this isn't in the PC release, because it would have been deemed predatory for a Kickstarter game, the game hits a wall and slows down so much. Oh, did I not mention this was a Kickstarter game? 22 Cans wanted £450,000 to create Goddess and ended up funding $526,000. The stretch goals were James Leach writing the game's story, single player and multiplayer modes, and multiplayer co-op, as well as a Linux version of the game. Damn, if they had only gotten 25,000 more, we could have gotten the much awaited Ouya version of the game. And it doesn't really seem like any of the other promises were fulfilled either. Imagine getting over £500,000 to create a game and then working in a predatory monetization model into the mobile version, but creating the same game for PC without that monetization, so the game just doesn't work. Not to mention the fact that the game was just straight up abandoned. Like I said, you reach a certain point where you need to build fountains to keep your villagers' happiness up. Otherwise, the Astari, a rival village, will begin poaching your people. But you can't build a fountain because you need gems. You can get some gems from chests, but they don't always appear. So you have to just wait for new ones to spawn, or expand in the hopes that you get some chests before your followers leave. The other incredibly embarrassing part of this unfinished game is that it was left in a beta. So there's just developer commentary from Molyneux every single time you unlock a new feature. He just rambles for minutes talking about how cool this feature is and why you have to make sure you use it right. A lot of it is just Peter trying to explain to us that the game doesn't suck. You're just playing it wrong, and he's lying. If you need to include voice clips recorded in your office with people coughing in the background to convince people that your game is good, then it isn't good. The reason the game is completely unfinished is that in 2015, 22 Cans just decided that the game wasn't worth it and switched focus to another game called The Trail. Fans were incredibly upset because the Kickstarter promises were not delivered whatsoever, and the game was
Refund all the
completely
money.
abandoned. On top of that, Molyneux had revealed that one person in Goddess would be chosen to rule over all the other players, and that they would receive a portion of the revenue made from the game. The winner, Brian Henderson, never received his money, and in 2017, Molyneux claimed it was because Goddess did not make a profit, so he just wasn't getting anything. And if they would have left it at that, it would have been bad, but not completely awful. But of course, they didn't. In 2016, 22 Cans released a new game in the series, Goddess Wars. This was a real-time strategy version of Goddess. You start on one side of the map and build up your forces by collecting belief from your followers. You shape the land to make it easier for your followers to build and attack the enemy camps. You make soldier units and lay waste to the enemy base. Rinse, repeat, over and over and over and over. This game is so incredibly repetitive, not to mention it somehow looks even worse than Goddess. I think the idea of being able to shape land in an RTS is a good idea, but the whole mobile style here is just awful. This game was also similarly abandoned, for good reason. It's terrible. In 2021, Molyneux did give an interview where he had stated that they were going to be releasing a new set of features for Goddess before Christmas. It's been 2 years and no new features have been released. Both games are still in early access. Sacred 3 sucks. I'm sorry, but there's really no other way to put it. Sacred 3 was developed by Keen Games, who was mostly known for making mobile games and licensed projects, as well as Portal Knights. The first 2 games in the series were, of course, created by a different developer, Ascaron. With the development of the second game in the series, Ascaron actually had to sell off the rights to a lot of their games. The development time took so long that they couldn't pay their debts. Deep Silver bought the rights to the series and decided to create a third game in the series, with Keen at the helm. The game centers around a fantasy tale, to save the gems or the wizards or something. The game cares less about its own story than I do. It cares so little that it has a 6-minute scene at the beginning of the game to exposition dump all over our faces. It's a bunch of generic fantasy gibberish. But that doesn't even really matter, because even if the game had the best story in the world, the dialogue is some of the worst and most annoying that I've ever experienced. The game tries its damnedest to be quirky and witty, and it just never is. Borderlands and its consequences have been a disaster for the game industry. Every single line...
Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Excuse me? Your squad was backed out because a player of your squad disconnected before the match start. No penalties have been applied. So then why didn't that happen yesterday? When I disconnected during the break-in.
As funny as it can, but it tries so hard that it comes off as lame. It's just embarrassing, and when I see a game like this, I immediately want to turn it off. On top of that, the combat is incredibly bland. Sacred 3 came during a time when these co-op ARPGs were a dime a dozen. They were everywhere, and you almost couldn't tell the difference between one and another. We run around killing fodder for most of the level and eventually have to kill some mini-bosses before facing a final boss that has the most telegraphed attacks that you've ever seen. It doesn't help, though, that the game controls like ass. It feels like riding a jet ski on an ice lake. I'm running out of video game control metaphors. There's not a lot of customization, skill trees are pretty linear, and there just isn't a lot to do. This seems like one of those games you'd play at your friend's house, and you'd probably beat it 4 times in a week just because there was nothing else to play. It's definitely nothing you would pick first off the shelf, though. The real crime of this game's existence, though, is the fact that this is called Sacred 3. I wasn't really that familiar with the series before this video. I decided to go back and play Sacred 2 just to see where the series had come from. And oh boy, there could not be a bigger difference. Now, I didn't complete Sacred 2, as that would have required a lot more hours than I was willing to just to dunk on Sacred 3. Maybe it even warrants its own video in the future. But there is a lot here. Even just comparing character selection screens is a wild culture shock. We realize that this game used to have actual customization, an open world, quests, stores, equipment, inventory. Sacred 2 has soul, that undefinable quality, and it honestly is kind of sad to go back once we realize the ending to this story. As you play the game, you realize that it isn't perfect. There are flaws, especially graphical glitches and bugs, but the game was made with passion. The people working on it cared about this series, but ultimately the series failed. They were forced to sell off their creation only to see it butchered and warped, rendered into something almost unrecognizable. Sacred 3 sucks. I'm not going to talk at length about Towns because there really isn't a ton to say. I think Towns is mostly on here because of its place in the history of Steam. In 2012, Steam announced a new service called Steam Greenlight. This was a way to streamline indie games getting onto the Steam storefront. Back then, it wasn't that easy to get your game onto storefronts like this. This new system would allow users to vote on new games that were placed in the program, and the community would determine whether they should be admitted to the storefront or not. This was quickly hijacked by fake submissions and joke games that were entered into the program. Valve eventually required developers to put $100 up to put their game into the program, causing a lot of this to go away. The service was also criticized because very few games actually got accepted onto the storefront. It was bottlenecked by Valve themselves having to review games for acceptance. The service was eventually phased out, and now it's much easier for developers to get their games onto the platform. As you can now see, the storefront is littered with junk constantly. But nonetheless, during the first few months of the program, 10 games were accepted onto Steam. These were games like Black Mesa, Kenshi, McPixel, Project Zomboid, and Towns. Now, most of the early reception to Towns was poor. This was because most people didn't realize that the game wasn't finished yet. The game was still in its early stages of development. Most of the more recent reception to Towns is also poor because the game was abandoned very quickly. It kind of seems like the devs took the early access money and ran. But what is the game itself? Well, Towns is a city builder. You control a town of people who you can order to build things or harvest the land around you. Now, the real way that the game shines is its systems. It's incredibly in-depth. There is a very long tutorial at the beginning that teaches you mostly how to play the game. Even with that, there's so much that can be done past that. You can edit and build on each layer in the world, meaning you can create houses or structures block for block. You'll need things like ladders or scaffolding for your builders to get up there, though. There are tons of things for you to build, so much customization. It really is just a big sandbox. That being said, the game is not finished at all. It isn't beginner friendly and takes a while to actually figure out. The interface for most of the systems can seem odd and unforgiving. I do think this game showed great promise, and it probably could have been something great if the developers had kept up with it. But now, it really just sits as a relic of a lost time. Gasp is a nothing game, truly, and I won't waste too much time on it. It was developed and published by Dark Day Interactive. Dark Day was an indie developer
Warm up
that
while
made
you can. We will deploy soon. Practice is over. The real fight begins now.
Where are we going?
Battle Royale.
Moving! How's that marked? Land here!
Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Sick, no mics. Alright.
the base.
Impact, no hit.
Gas is inbound. Enemy squad is tracking your position. Some of your team is still outside the safe zone. Squad mate is in the gulag now. If they survive, they redeploy. It's all up to you now. Your squad mate was broken. They are no longer with us. Black site is secure. All clear. We've located high-value equipment in enemy containers. Move in and secure that equipment. Enemy has deployed a counter UAV.
Yo, Songfang, what the fuck are you doing, bro?
One take down. 2 to go.
If you're gonna play solo, you should have just racked up solo.
You're safe. You lost the enemy trackers. One safe remaining. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Large caliber rounds here.
Closing round. Advise you move to the safe zone now.
Stay with the group.
Contract failed. Objective lost.
Appreciate it. Got armor here. Got armor here. Got armor here. Decoy grenade here. Look alive! Area's hot!
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
LMG rounds here.
Enemy counter UAV is active. Head to the safe zone now. You're being tracked by an enemy squad.
Oh, let's go. We can just leave it. We don't need it.
Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Friendly loadout drop on the way. Friendly buy station deployed. UAV overhead. You're losing ground. Friendly buy station is ready. Thanks. Well. Move to the safe zone.
Hostiles in the AO! Taking effective fire!
Cover off.
Sungafane, you're an asshole. I hope that you never win ever again. You're gonna play solo, go into solos. You fucking douchebag. Literally sit here and cost me points because you don't want to fucking be a part of the group. Douche. Literally sit there and freaking, I'm gonna go off by myself. Never works out because you're bad at hiding. Like, while I would enjoy getting Crimson, is it possible for me to get it with the fucking current squad mates that I'm getting?
Which was
I'm not
released
sure.
to similar reception. From what I can tell from the reviews, it's a horror game that mostly consists of finding keys and isn't very scary. I usually do my due diligence with videos and would have played this game just to see what else the dev had to offer, but Gasp was so unfinished and junk that I refused to give these people money. Gasp begins as you choose one of two planets. Mars, which can only be played with the DLC, or the moon. You know, the planet, the moon. When we start, we find ourselves on the surface of the moon, and a transmission tells us that we have to locate the other 5 radio sources to find our lost companions. The first thing I did was head out to the closest signal, and pretty quickly you realize how long this is going to take. In Gasp, you move so incredibly slow. With the low gravity, you slumber along the surface of the planet. The challenge here, I guess, is that your oxygen levels are slowly decreasing, but they never really go down unless you get hit by one of the falling asteroids. So really, we're just walking in a straight line to the nearest waypoint. There is literally nothing else to do. It took me almost 10 minutes of just holding W to get to the first waypoint, only to find out that there's nothing there. You find a small radio laying on the ground that you can't interact with. There's no story beat, no waypoint update, no transmission. It's just there. I'm assuming this was supposed to let you know that the asteroid that had the radio died or went missing. Okay, well, let's spend some more excruciating minutes heading towards the next one. Once another 10 minutes has passed and you're about halfway there, you hit an invisible wall. No joke. This isn't a bug. Well, it probably is, but this happens every single time. You just can't get to the other 2 waypoints off in the distance. I decided to try one more time and head to the other waypoint that I could still see. I spent another 10 minutes walking only to get just before the waypoint and hit another wall. I shut the game off immediately and did some research. Turns out this was a bug and was just never fixed. The real ending of the game is in the Mars DLC. Frustrated and annoyed, I decided to see this through and booted up the quote-unquote expansion. The expansion is the exact same thing, except you can actually get to one of the waypoints. You spend over 10 minutes walking in the same direction to find 2 astronauts floating by a shuttle. You're then told that this was all a simulation, and you're actually on a space station of your own, and that the ending of the story will be told in another game called Secluded, releasing in 2016. Of course, this never did release. Unfortunately, we'll never get the ending to this incredibly gripping tale that I wasted an ounce with no content to be seen.
Bro,
The game
dodge
itself is
this
free, but
guy,
it's
this
wild that the DLC is still
this
available for
sing
purchase
theme
on the
guy.
storefront. Autobahn Police Simulator is one of those
Fuck
games
off,
that you
dude.
could have fun with if you played it in the right way. Like, the game seems fun if you could play with other people. The game was developed by Z Software, a company that hasn't really seen popularity outside of these games, or infamy, rather. All of the games in the series have, at best, mixed reviews, and the first game, the one we're talking about here, has mostly negative. The game itself is a simulator, obviously. It's one of those games in that category where it's trying to be as realistic as possible. You basically have access to a police car and can go on patrols. Most of the game is spent scanning cars to try and find suspicious behavior, and then flagging down criminals and interviewing them. Since we're driving a lot in the game, you think the driving is somewhat well-rounded, right? Wrong. If we move too fast and make the slightest adjustment, we're sent careening into the guardrails, bouncing back and forth. Good luck trying to get control back, because you're just going to bounce around until the car stops. Interviewing subjects is also pretty odd because the English dialogue is very like, have you taken any drugs? What? Me? No way. Drugs? This lady has definitely taken drugs. Book her. The English isn't exactly broken, like a certain game that will come later in this list, but it's just stunted and awkward. It's all very formal and unrealistic. During each interview, we can choose to search the car, see the suspect's documents, and eventually come to a conclusion on whether to let them go, arrest them.
Typical sing thing doesn't actually do anything. Make sure that you block this guy when you're done playing.
Dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Enemy in the area!
Gas is inbound.
Target marked.
Be advised, part of your team is outside the safe zone.
In this area. Sniper squad sighted.
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Right, I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Enemy sniper!
You've got a loadout drop inbound. You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Gas is closing in.
We got an armor box here.
Your team has entered the safe zone. Enemy counter UAV is active.
Need cash.
Hostile force strike incoming.
You're cleared hot!
Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. Strike inbound.
Oh shit!
No hit. Go again. Enemy UAV active.
I think we still need more money.
Got some bucks here. Taking fire over here. Stay with it.
Got some cash. Free money. Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Need some bucks, eh?
Loadout drop headed your way.
Cracked. One shot, one shot.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Planting mine!
Targets in the area.
There's a ladder here.
Moving! Got one sided here!
Hostile UAV in the area.
Moving here!
Gas is moving. Your team made it to the safe zone. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Movement!
Enemy UAV overhead. Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Look alive! Area's hot! Attack me!
Your squad mate has failed. They're
Have a chat, eh? Where are your friends? Ha! Better luck next time, asshole! Armor box here! Got a custom weapon here! Marking gas mask! Throwing smoke! We have a loadout drop here.
gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Small caliber rounds here. Armor box here. LMG rounds here.
Head to the safe zone now.
Truck on top.
Car mark!
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Enemy activity! Setting mine!
Enemy UAV active.
Movement! Got a truck here!
So let them be bait.
Planting
The
mine!
area is cleared out. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Full team in the water.
Got a loadout drop inbound.
Top two.
Yeah.
Shooting at those dudes from that house.
Yeah, I know. I see him. I see him.
Marking enemy! Moving here!
Gas is inbound. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy deployed a counter UAV.
I'm hit! Hostile in the AO!
UAV active.
Straight in the house.
Your squad is KIA. It is up to you now. Less than 50 enemies remain. Enemy deployed a buy station. We lost that one, but we can much stronger next time.
This fucking Seraphine dude is fucking pissed off like twice now. He just doesn't pay attention to what's going on. He's been my teammate like 3 times now and just fucks off and jerks off in the corner.
I think I still have it. Let me see if I got it. If I got it, you can invite me.
I got one point for that match. What the fuck, dude? Fucking joke.
We're fine now. This will give us more experience. Having your car's radio on the right channels based on your activity also gives you experience. You have to make sure you're on the open channel when scanning cars and the interviewing channel when questioning suspects. You also just end up getting lost quite often, and figuring out how to interface with the fast travel system makes no sense. To fast travel, you have to ride down a road that has fast travel, and then it just shows you a map so that you can travel to one of the many different points. But you can't see your destination or any landmarks on the map, so you have to just guess. The problem with the game is it's a little janky, the controls are bad, and it just isn't realistic enough. It's not so high in realism that it's a good simulator, but it's not unrealistic enough to be fun. It lies somewhere in the middle, neither entertaining or mechanically stimulating. It's just there. It's incredibly boring, there isn't a lot to do, it's just fluff. I can't say that I went to see what the other games in the series were like, to see if they had improved or not. I'm afraid I've already given this game too much of my time. Wars and Roses is a dating sim slash shooter. Technically, it's a game, like one of the Western ones that litter the front of the trending Steam page every day. It was developed by Blaze Worlds, who, big surprise, has abandoned the game since it was released. Now, it is a game, but none of the stuff is in the game unless you buy and install the DLC.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Now, I didn't buy this DLC because 1, YouTube would flag me so fast my head would spin, and 2, because I don't play Coomer games. The only reason I reviewed the game was because just about everything the game has to offer is terrible in every single way possible. So the game begins with a striking woman approaching our door in the middle of the night. She spouts some nonsense about an all-female mercenary company that she wants us to join, with dialogue that seems like it was either run through Google Translate or written by ChatGPT. When she asks us to join the company, she says, "You join or not?" And then after we choose an option, says, "In fact, there is no option for you to reject me today, because I have already bought the air ticket for you.
Okay.
Pack up quickly,
Just
the plane
uninstall
took
it.
off in 2 hours." Just broken English all around, terrible dialogue, so that already strikes away the dating sim part, meaning 50% of the game is going to be absolutely terrible.
Literally, the only reason that I'm on is because Tristan and Oscar were like, "Get on." Hello, Bo. Hi. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi. Are you a good boy? Yeah? You a good boy? Come here. Come here. There we go. Hello. Hello, you're so handsome. Are you here to say hello to everyone? Yeah? You're showing off your little TP roll. That you like so much. Yeah. Yeah, he says, "I'm a handsome boy. I'm a handsome boy." Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Go lay down. I hate you, but okay, I spank you. You go away. Okay.
Quickly defeat enemy. Wars and Roses. So the game begins with a striking woman approaching our door in the middle of the night. She spouts some nonsense about an all-female mercenary company that she wants us to join, with dialogue that seems like it was either run through Google Translate or written by ChatGPT. When she asks us to join the company, she says, "You join or not?" And then after we choose an option, says, "In fact, there is no option for you to reject me today, because I have already bought the air ticket for you. Pack up quickly, the plane took off in 2 hours." Just broken English all around, terrible dialogue, so that already strikes away the dating sim part, meaning 50% of the game is going to be absolutely terrible. Let's at least hope the shooter part of the game is good. The basic setup is that all of the women from the mercenary company have been kidnapped, and it's our job to save them. We save these girls by completing a certain set of missions. Each mission usually sees us invading an area and defeating all of the enemies inside. This game is incredibly easy, mostly due to the fact that the AI is super dumb. Half the time they will get stuck in corners or just stand right in front of our bullets. As soon as we get halfway decent weapons, we'll just blow through everything in our way. The game is also terribly buggy. There were so many moments on missions where my gun would just start drifting and I could no longer fire it properly. I could see the ends of my arms or my gun eventually drift and just disappear at the bottom of the screen. The game is so incredibly janky. It just runs.
Holding for deployment. Take this time to warm up. Enemy dropping into the
Hello guys.
enemy soldier incoming.
What's up?
Training is over. Time to see what you have learned.
Get ready to jump. 5 seconds.
Mark a drop point for your squad. You will lead them in. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
These 5 or 6 teams going for here.
On contract here. Moving here.
Hostile dropping into the area.
Stay alive.
This is the Gulag. You'll have to fight to earn redeployment.
In the Gulag, I make the rules. Kill to escape. Die, and you never leave.
Return to base.
Okay. I just
Enemy sniper. Friendly
had
bullet
someone
strike inbound.
teleport in the gulag to me.
Back.
Armor pouch here.
runs so bad. The level design is awful. Each one is just the same thing over and over again. Half of the levels will have us walking forever just to reach a big group of enemies and then walk even further to kill the rest. It's just so tedious, and it's the same thing over and over again. We can get new weapons by purchasing them in the store. We get money for each mission completed and can use that to upgrade our armor, helmets, buy grenades, health kits, but none of it's really necessary. I spent most of the game saving up to buy a sniper.
You're safe. You lost the enemy trackers. Your squad mate has entered the Gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. Black site is clear. Area secure. Friendly loadout drop on the way. You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Enemy counter UAV is active. Squad is redeploying to the AO. Gas is moving. Move to the safe zone.
Marking sniper rifle.
Friendly counter UAV is on station.
Planting mine! Large caliber rounds here. Marking gas mask. Enemy in the area.
Someone just hit one of my landmines. Yeah, right there. 2. 3. We can take a building and try and hold them off.
Friendly airstrike
cracked.
Marking gas mask.
Enemy UAV overhead. Friendly precision airstrike inbound. Enemy dropping into the AO. Your squad mate is in the gulag now. If they survive, they redeploy. Enemy UAV active.
On contract here.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Stand by.
Marking gas mask. Marking gas mask. Marking gas mask. Marking gas mask.
Got gas moving in. Bounty target group has been marked. Kill them all.
Armor satchel here.
Advise you move to the safe zone now.
Movement. Look alive! Area's hot! Moving here! Moving here!
Friendly UAV on station. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Knocked right there. Can someone do like a explosive up there?
Friendly UAV online.
Movement! Downed one! Got a custom weapon here. Marking gas mask.
Hostile UAV in the area. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Marking enemy.
What the fuck, dude?
UAV is on station. Recon online. Enemy took that one, but we will be back to finish the job. Gas is
Hey. Bro, why are my teams so trash? How much did we lose? $14. Okay, we gained. Okay, good. We literally are about to be at what we were at the start of the fucking stream, bro.
Have you ever
Oh
bought
my
a game
God,
on Steam and
dude.
immediately regretted that purchase? This normally leads into Googling Steam. Have you ever bought a game on... In fact, there is no option for you to reject me today, because I have already bought the air ticket for you. Ha ha. Pack up janky. It just runs so bad. The level design is awful. Each one is just the same thing over and over again. Half of the levels are really open, so I wanted a way to quickly defeat enemies from afar, but the guns are just so inaccurate and the sniper doesn't even do that much damage, so it ends up just being a waste of time. But how does the dating sim aspect of the game come into play? Well, completing certain levels will see us rescuing damsels that need saving. Once we do this, we can actually equip them into our squad, and they will run around in circles doing seemingly nothing for most of the levels, but it's cool to have them there, right? Going on missions will then increase their relationship meter. This can also be increased by buying them gifts in the store. Each time we increase the relationship meter, new events will unlock. This reveals more of their story, usually something about how they're actually a tragic figure and will learn to love us. It's incredibly boring and of course terribly written, as I already stated. I actually beat all of the levels in the game, only afterwards realizing that there was a glitch in the game that lets you auto-complete levels. You can also get infinite ammo by just quickly switching between your primary and secondary weapon, just in case any of you have been so intrigued by my description that you've already decided to go out and purchase Wars and Roses. The reason for the negative reviews mostly is not actually because of the terrible gameplay. It's actually because the game isn't finished and there aren't enough Coomer scenes in the DLC. What the f- But, alright Coomers, go ahead. Overall, just a terrible experience. Would not recommend going anywhere near this. The final game that I'll be talking about today is Their Land. Their Land actually has a pretty interesting story and reason that it got its spot on the worst reviewed games on Steam. Before we get further, I would like to say, unless you have played any of these games, don't go automatically review any of them. If you do play them and genuinely think they are bad, then go ahead. But please do not review bomb any of these games unless you yourself have actually played them and determined that they are not worth it. Do not take my word for it, because that's not what this is for. I say this because Their Land got popular from TikTok. A bunch of dumbasses on that trash app somehow decided that this game was a multiplayer survival game, and it's not. It's a single-player action-adventure game. The short clips of the game stating that it was a multiplayer survival game went viral, and people started to flock to the game, only then realizing that it was nothing like they had been told. They started review bombing the game because it wasn't what they expected. This was so bad that it led the developer to place a note at the beginning of the game telling people that it is single player and asking them to please not leave negative reviews for the game. Now, I was really excited to play Their Land because I was ready for this to be a redemption story, a game that was wrongly scorned and then turned out to be actually pretty good, or at least somewhat mediocre. I'm sad to say that isn't really the case. Their Land is rough around the edges in just about every way. The story begins with Jeremy being interviewed by maybe a news program or the police, we aren't really sure. He's telling the story of how he was stranded on an island and captured by an uncontacted tribe. Jeremy was part of a crew that was investigating a new island that was completely undiscovered. The island could have untold treasures or even just be fertile ground to colonize. Once the group arrives there, they realize it's anything but undiscovered and there is already a tribe living there. We are separated from our group, most of the people we came with are killed, and we're eventually helped by a girl that is native to the island. She helps us get back to our people, and they shoot her on sight as they think she's dangerous. Jeremy then goes on a rampage, killing everyone in sight. He then tells the interview team that everyone was killed by a monster and he was the only survivor, and they don't seem to believe him. The whole theme of the story is just that this is their land and not ours. We're supposed to realize that we are actually the bad guys here and not them. It's done in such a forced way though, and the presentation doesn't help it one bit. The game itself arms us with a gun, the same gun we'll use throughout the project's pretty short runtime. This game has the single worst shooting mechanic I have ever seen in a video game. To bring up our gun, we have to hold down the space button. If we want to aim down sights, then we have to hold down the space button and oh, also the space button is our dash to get away from enemies, so good luck with that. It's just so pointless because this is a PC game. There's so many other buttons you could have picked. Or, you know, you could have just have the gun up all the time, considering there are no other weapons we can use in the game. Or even have a button to toggle the gun out. There's so many ways to do this game.
Practice is over. The real fight begins now. Gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
Okay, sick. Love it when they just jump immediately.
Bounty targets identified. You are clear to engage. Gas is moving. Your team has entered the safe zone. Chance to redeploy. ready to fight. You're up next.
In the gulag, I make the rules. Kill to escape. Die, and you never leave.
Your squad mate was broken. They are no longer with us. Sending you back to base. Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover.
Enemy activity!
Enemy soldier incoming.
Eyes up. Detector smoke. Enemy here.
Gas is inbound. Be advised, you have teammates outside the safe zone.
Enemy UAV overhead.
This dude really be like that? Okay.
Hostile UAV in the area. Closing round. Be advised, part of your team is outside the safe zone. Enemy dropping into the AO. Hostile counter UAV overhead. Enemy UAV active. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
كالبورة.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Buy me and then I can buy him.
Gas is closing in. UAV in the area.
Planting mine! Setting Claymore!
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Assault
Got a
rifle here!
loadout drop inbound.
Crescent moving here.
Got gas moving in. Your team is in the safe zone. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Planting mine!
You're the last one on your squad. Finish the job. Enemy UAV active. 50 remain. You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Enemy buy station deployed.
On contract here!
Objective is to eliminate all bounty targets. Gas is closing in. Enemy soldier incoming. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Only 25 left. Keep up the good work. Got gas moving in. All bounty targets are down. Well done. to the new safe zone.
Shouldn't be talking when you're not alive, bro. Fucking hell. Tell me how to play the game when you're already dead and you've been dead for the last 20 minutes. Literally hate it when people do that shit. Oh, I'm gonna tell you how to play when I've been dead. Could've come with you, but I'm cocky, so I went off by myself. Like, no, dude, don't even speak to me. You're not on the same level as me. Okay, back to watching,
This developer picked the single
worst
one. The character models and dialogue are also very poor, which make the game's story actually worse than it is. You can tell that much time wasn't spent on line reads because it's all pretty dry and bad. It feels very goofy in most parts. Throughout our time in their land, we will kill many beasts, wolves, centipedes, big unknown monsters, but we'll also solve puzzles. The puzzles in this game are so simple. It's the same thing over and over. We find sticks and take them to a gate to replace the lever and open the gate. We find planks and take them to a gap to get to a new place. We find torches to burn brush. That's basically it, and those three are all virtually the same thing. There is one other type of puzzle in the game, but it's literally just that one puzzle from the beginning of Skyrim. I say this with some reservation, but their land is not a good game. It's pretty rough in most places. But this was made by a solo dev over a couple of years, and I will give him credit for that. I think this does show promise though, and it's incredibly disheartening that this game got the reception that it did. Does it deserve a mostly negative rating on Steam? Probably. But having mostly reviews that complain because it isn't the game they thought it is, isn't as good as genuine feedback. The developer could have taken genuine feedback and used it to learn, making himself better in the process and fixing his mistakes next time. And I do think there is some promise here. The amount of effort and dedication that it takes to create something like this is a lot. If he tightens up the mechanics, introduces some variety, and thinks of some fresher ideas for a story, then we would really have something that's not bad. It's a long way to go, but I see something interesting there.
Wow.
Slavery has existed in many different forms throughout history. The reduction of another human being to the status of property used for labor at the command of another has been a feature of almost every society on Earth until the 19th century or so. No
It
system of
continues to
slavery
go.
has attracted more attention than the transatlantic slave trade, established by Europeans to provide slave labor for their American colonies. Around 12 million souls were taken from Africa and forced onto perilous journeys across the Atlantic, where they and their descendants were condemned to a life of servitude. However, retellings of the horrors of Atlantic slavery too often turn into stories of how Europeans alone determined the course of that history. In reality, Africans were not just passive victims. Millions of them were slaves, but many others profited from, produced, and protected that slave trade. In this video, we look at the untold story of the African slave trade. Stick around until the end to learn how some of Africa's greatest kingdoms were built on the profits of slavery, and how Africans fought tooth and nail to protect it from the abolitionist European empires. Slavery has existed in Africa for as long as recorded history. Ancient Egypt had slaves toiling away in its fields and on its monuments. Ancient Carthage trafficked in slaves across the Mediterranean, and the Ethiopian kings of Aksum wrote proudly of the slaves they took in war. Slaves were also exported from Africa for centuries before Europeans arrived. The trans-Saharan slave trade lasted for over 1,000 years and dragged about 10 million people across the desert to be slaves in the Islamic world. The Indian Ocean also had a similarly long-lasting ocean-going slave trade, with about 5 million ending up in slave ships, bound and branded for use in foreign lands. These slaves ended up as laborers, domestic servants, soldiers, or more. Male slaves in the Islamic world were typically castrated, which meant that new slaves had to be regularly imported to maintain the population. For this video, we'll focus on Western Africa, where the Atlantic slave trade was centered. West Africa was removed from the Indian Ocean trade and mostly secure from Islamic slave raids, but slavery was still a feature of life there long before the Atlantic slave trade began. A succession of powerful empires occupied the region, which all rested on complex slave systems. The Ghanaian Empire, from the 3rd to the 13th century, began a tradition of powerful West African imperial states, and built much of its wealth through trans-Saharan trading of slaves or goods acquired through slave labor. The salt, copper, and gold that made the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa fabulously wealthy were all extracted with slave labor. Domestic slavery was also common, and Mali was known to import female slaves from the Mediterranean to act as domestic servants in the households of the elites. Most of the slaves were acquired through conquest of neighboring kingdoms, or tribal groups who were too weak to defend themselves from the organized imperial militaries. Successor empires like the Songhay, Jollof, and Kabu inherited the social and economic structures of slavery and continued to acquire slaves as they scrambled to establish their own territories. Elites in these empires used slaves as a status symbol, and ownership of slaves came to represent someone's wealth and power. Slavery took many different forms in West Africa. Some worked the land or the mines, others served as soldiers or even political advisors. In some places, slaves were permitted to own land that they cultivated in their free time, and might earn enough from this land to buy their own freedom. In other places, the lot of slaves was more miserable. In Benin, for example, slaves were regularly sacrificed to mark important occasions like the anniversary of a king's death. All of this is to say that when Europeans arrived, they did not find an empty land of scattered peoples ripe for enslavement, but complex societies and slave-holding empires whose roots were even older than those of the Europeans themselves. The Atlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However, the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore, frightening a tribe of natives into submission, and dragging them in chains to their ship is not representative of what happened for most slaves. Some slaves were indeed taken in European slave raids, but the vast majority were sold to the Europeans by other Africans. The European arrival in West Africa came at the same time as the collapse of the Mali Empire. Various splinter states scrambled over each other to seize territory first.
enough training. Now we face the enemy for real. Battle Royale. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Moving! LZ 4! Get ready! Watch your fire!
Your team made it to the safe zone.
Planting sonar! Setting mine!
Are you fucking serious, dude?
This is the Gulag. You'll have to fight to earn redeployment. inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Themselves. The Europeans with their firearms offered these competing rulers a potential advantage over their enemies. In turn, the huge amounts of captives that these kingdoms acquired in their wars were useful currency to trade with the Europeans. Additionally, the other goods like cloth and ceramics that the Europeans brought were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power. Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial. For example, Congolese King Alfonso I saw the Portuguese as a useful outlet for the excess slaves he acquired during his expansionary wars, and he was an eager participant in slave trading. However, he also asserted his own power over it in 1526 by forcing Portugal to submit to his legal framework for slavery, which governed how exactly someone might be enslaved, and provided protections for those who were not legitimately enslaved, mostly his own subjects taken by criminal raiders or opportunists. A similar enthusiasm was seen among the various Akan peoples of modern Nigeria. They occupied an area known as the Gold Coast and were similarly prolific as both sellers and purchasers of slave labor. The gold mines that made the Akan so wealthy in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries were filled by slaves they purchased from both African and European merchants. As many as a third of the population of the various Akan states were enslaved people.
Enemy counter UAV is active.
Ammo here!
Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Armor here!
Enemy UAV active.
Marking gas mask! Marking gas mask!
Enemy dropping into the AO. Hostile UAV in the area.
Gas mask here.
Tossing Semtex!
Revive kit here.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Rolling! Planting mine!
Armor box here.
Enemy UAV overhead. You're losing ground. Your team is in the safe zone.
Marking self-revive. Setting mine! Moving here. Enemy marked. Marking self-revive.
Moving here. Commencing my last.
Planting mine!
Enemy soldier incoming.
Got movement. Disregard that. Moving. Careful. Commencing my last.
Enemy UAV active.
Hostiles in the AO!
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Looted this area. Area's hot! Somebody take cover! I'm hit! Hold on, I've got you!
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Found a mortar strike.
Enemy in the area!
Gas is closing in. Move to the safe zone.
Enemy here.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Taking effective fire!
Hostiles moving.
Drop on the way.
There's a dude right in front of you. I'm not playing with bronze players.
Failure is a white teacher.
Just literally ridiculous.
In almost every case, these slaves were from non-Akan ethnic groups. Any sense of African solidarity in the face of European slave trading was almost non-existent. The ethnic divides that split Africa were far older than European contact. It would not be quickly changed by the arrival of foreigners on their shores. There was, of course, resistance. Many European slave ships were attacked by coastal raiders, but these reactions were rare and relatively ineffective. Most of the time, these were small-scale attacks by small tribes, or villages near where the Europeans dropped anchor. It was these tiny, disconnected groups who were most vulnerable to slavery, and their shows of defiance rarely saved them in the end. One state that did turn against European slaving was the Kingdom of Benin. The Kingdom of Benin was not the Benin we know today, but a small territory in modern-day Nigeria. Initially a partner in slave trading, by the mid-16th century, the kingdom was facing a serious drain on population, especially among its men. Two rulers, Oba Esigie and Oba Orhobuga, are credited with ending Benin's participation in Atlantic slave trading and closed Benin's ports to European traders. Slavery was not abolished in the country. In fact, the Kingdom of Benin would fight to uphold domestic slavery against Britain in the late 19th century. But this kingdom shows that Africans responded in many different ways to slavery. Each kingdom and ethnic group assessed their own situations and reacted accordingly, whether that was to sell slaves or prohibit it as they saw fit. Of all the slaving states of Africa, none is more infamous than Dahomey. First emerging around 1600 along the southern coast of modern-day Nigeria, Dahomey soared to prominence under the warrior king Agaja in the early 18th century. Dahomey's ace in the hole was a well-trained and well-organized standing army, perhaps as large as 50,000 men or more at its height, which Agaja used to conquer the kingdoms of Alada and Ouida in the 1720s. Alada and Ouida were prolific slave trading kingdoms, with tens of thousands of slaves passing through their ports. Dahomey's consolidated control of so many slave ports made it one of the most formidable slaving powers in history. The colossal army pushed Dahomey towards slavery for two additional reasons. Firstly, its military culture discouraged men from non-military careers, meaning that slaves were needed to carry out other jobs like agriculture. Secondly, a standing army had to be kept occupied or else it might grow restless and rebel. So Dahomey was constantly attacking other neighboring powers or sending out slave raids to bring back captives. The result was a colossal slave population. According to some estimates, by the 19th century, 2/3 of the kingdom's population were enslaved people. Slavery was so endemic to Dahomeyan society that one scholar remarked it's difficult to determine whether Dahomey was a slaving gang turned into a state or a state that existed purely for the sake of slaving. Slaves weren't just laborers and domestic servants in Dahomey, but became woven into the political fabric of the society. Ownership of slaves became a status symbol for Dahomeyan elites, as it did for others in West Africa. This led to tension between the king and the elites who fought for control over the slave trade. Although it is often characterized as a royal monopoly, even the absolute power of the monarch was not enough to rein in elites who established power bases of their own thanks to their trading of slaves. Slaves also became a part of Dahomeyan religion. The annual customs of Dahomey were a day of rituals and public celebration involving military parades, political debates, and human sacrifice of slaves to appease the spirits and protect the kingdom for another year. Hundreds of slaves were killed, usually with decapitation, and in some years as many as 4,000 people were sacrificed on a single day. A similar display of mass sacrifice was required for the funeral of a king, and might occur on a smaller scale for any number of other rituals or social events. Dahomey remained committed to slavery even as the European powers began their crusade against it. In 1818, King Gezo was forced to make concessions to the British, including the abolition of slave sacrifices, and by the 1840s, Gezo was being pressured to end the slave trade altogether, but he refused. "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people," Gezo told the British. "It is the source and glory of their wealth." The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery. When the British managed to force a treaty on Gezo that ended slave trading from Dahomey's ports, it was a source of bitter resentment. The Dahomeyans subverted it by selling slaves overland to be sold through ports not bound by the treaty's terms. Eventually, the resentment caused a total breakdown of relations, and Dahomey abandoned the treaty entirely by the late 1850s. They pivoted towards an alliance with France, who were less zealous in their anti-slavery attitudes. But the collapse of the slave trade would soon bring down the kingdom.
Use this time to practice.
As the
We will be
kingdom's main
deploying
source
soon.
of wealth failed,
Enemy dropping into the AO. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the side. Preparation is done. Now you deploy to the war zone.
it was forced into desperate raiding and conquest that antagonized the French. After attacking a French allied town in 1889, France waged 2 wars against Dahomey, citing its penchant for slavery as a legitimizing moral cause, and toppled the kingdom in 1894.
Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Copy your mark. Get after it! LZ marked! Land here! Movement! Moving here! Moving!
Friendly airstrike in the AO. Gas is moving. entered the safe zone.
Requesting recon at my location! Requesting recon flyover!
UAV is bingo fuel. RTB at this time. Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy. Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO. Your squad mate has entered the gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. Your squad mate lost the fight. Now they return to base. Black sector secure. All clear. Squad mate redeploying to the AO.
Hostiles in the AO!
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
Shotgun here!
Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Cabron, buy station here.
Hostile UAV in the area.
We got a loadout drop here.
Closing round.
Tossing a decoy!
Head to the safe zone now.
Planting mine! Dropping ammo here!
Redeploy
Ammo
drone
box
here.
here! LMG rounds here. LMG rounds here. LMG rounds here. LMG rounds here.
Friendly buy station inbound. Location marked.
LMG rounds here.
Deployable buy station is available.
Moving here. Moving. Moving here. Enemy activity. Effective fire.
Moving here. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone. Moving.
Ping this guy that's on me.
Enemigo.
LMG rounds here.
Got gas moving in.
Why can't I use any of my fucking
You have a buy station
shields?
inbound.
Enemy marked.
Deployable buy station is ready.
This fucking game is stupid.
You're in the gulag. Fight for your chance to redeploy.
I even fucking help Bronze. I should have just fucking...
that time, but we will settle the score. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Keep on getting garbage teammates and fighting. Stupid shit like that where I can't use my fucking armor because it's in my pocket rather than in my ass. I don't know. I really don't know. This fucking game is so stupid. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Common misconception about European imperialism in Africa is that colonization and slavery always worked hand in hand. The Europeans set down their claims in Africa to furnish their endless desire for slaves. This was true at certain times. Portugal's colonies, such as those in Angola, were an important source of slaves. By the late 1700s, Portugal's thirst for able-bodied male slaves to work their American plantations meant that Angolan women outnumbered men in their homeland by at least 2 to 1. However, the vast majority of European colonization in Africa occurred after the abolition of slavery. It would be more accurate to say that anti-slavery motivated European colonization. We have already seen how France conquered Dahomey in part to end its slave trading. A similarly hard line against slavery was taken by the British. For example, in 1851, the Royal Navy lay siege to the Nigerian city of Lagos and its king Costco because the king refused to end the slave trade. After a furious naval bombardment, the British compelled Lagos to abolish the trade, forcibly freed every slave in Lagos's territory, and expelled all slave traders from their land. The British later imposed abolition on all of Nigeria. Some historians have noted that while Britain was quick to abolish trading, domestic slavery took a lot longer to root out in Nigeria. The British were concerned that moving too quickly to end slavery there would provoke unrest and resistance from the Nigerians themselves. Abolitionism was similarly evident in the British conquest of Benin in 1897. After the massacre of a British merchant expedition in January of that year, the British launched a punitive military strike against Benin City. Slavery was once again among the justifying causes of the attack and subsequent colonization of the kingdom. According to eyewitness accounts, the King of Benin sacrificed hundreds of his slaves in hopes of acquiring divine protections against the approaching British. The British repopulated the decimated city with freed slaves and offered total emancipation and resettlement to any slave who escaped to their territory. Benin's elites were slow to embrace the change, and British authorities were still trying to stamp out native slavery there into the 1920s. That is not to say that there weren't African abolitionists. There certainly were, not least of all the slaves themselves. But there were many in Africa willing to fight and die to uphold the ancient institution. No discussion of slavery should ever gloss over the fact that millions of Africans suffered unspeakable cruelty across the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, the Sahara, or in Africa itself. The scale of the deportations from Africa deserves unique attention, but that suffering was not solely the product of foreigners imposing themselves on a passive continent. Africans were active in their own history and helped to create, expand, and uphold the systems of slavery that shackled other Africans. The story of Africa's support for slavery is as much a part of its history as it's being a victim of it. While the experiences of millions of African slaves deserves all the attention it gets, that doesn't mean we should pretend that other Africans were not traders, raiders, and rulers who facilitated the enslavement of others on their continent. Africa was not uniquely guilty or innocent of slavery, but part of a shared human story of suffering, exploitation, and eventually abolition. Telling that history gets us closer to the truth and puts African history in its rightful place in world history, as a continent full of people who are as complicated and flawed as anyone else. If you appreciated this dive into the untold parts of Africa,
informative. Alright, we have Payday 3 here. I want to try Payday 3, so we might do that. Okay, we go. We play. This actually might be a game that Isabel can legitimately play. I did hear that the servers were crashing, so hopefully it's not super bad still. Do you want to enable game site? It shows you marketing campaigns. That's how marketing campaigns are received. Helps us. Sure. Sure. Oh, damn. Okay. Hold on. I don't think that I have a... I guess I'll create an account, right? Oh, I guess I do have an account. What's my password? Okay, now it's asking for my Steam, so I have to log into Steam as well. And my Gmail? Wow, this is okay. Okay. Right. Okay, so supposedly this is my password. Login. I didn't even know that I had. Maybe I registered when they first were talking about Payday 3. I registered with them. Let's go ahead and change this to Payday 3. Would you like to opt in and enable crossplay? Yes. Play tutorial? Yes. I think that's very important for me to remember how to do everything. Because I haven't played Payday 2 in like 10 years.
This is the combat training area. Mask up and get into position when you're ready to get started.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
I've hired some people to act as cops. Try not to hurt them too much.
I can't promise anything on that.
Motion blur off. Subtitle, let's put that up to 20. Okay. Music, we're gonna put that down to like 15. Okay, so targeting, throw item, mask on. Okay. I think we're good.
Hey, motherfucking fuck. Shit. Piece of shit drill. Hey, wait here. Wait here. Need a medic bag. I need ammo. Fuck.
Alright. Okay, your progress through the heist is displayed in the objective tracker. Some objectives have sub-objectives to help you guide forward. Help guide you forward. Optional objectives can provide alternative ways of completing heists or increase your payout. Okay.
The cops have made a few upgrades in the past few years. Let's see if you can make it to the vault.
Come on, I ain't that rusty.
What the fuck? Why is this like controls? Okay. But like settings. Why is it that it feels so slow?
Snipers up ahead. Get into cover and aim down sight to get a clear shot.
Sniper! Smoked! Took out that fucking sniper!
Shoot out the window and climb inside.
Or I could just do that. Mantle. Hello? Oh, okay.
The new shields are tough bastards. Throw a grenade to distract them, or shoot out the shield's visor to weaken it.
Shields fully operational!
Shields down!
That's a nader. Aim for the grenade bell to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Nader's fucking fucked!
What did he say? What are you supposed to do now?
Focus fire! Go! Go! Grenade, move!
As a treat, I've left an overkill weapon in there. Pick it up and rush through the next door to do some real damage.
That's what I'm talking about.
Optional. Request an overkill.
Sending in the weapon now.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh shit.
I'm tracking another assault team. They'll be there in about 30 seconds.
Does it have to actually hit something?
Door and secure the loot.
Yeah, I know. I deployed the drill.
Wow. Okay. But I didn't let the hammer go.
Piece of shit, drill.
Now set up a zip line. It's an easy way to move bags or yourself quickly.
Got it.
Give me that money and those watches. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to be getting more than one? You already have a bag. Okay. I feel like this is a lot slower than it needs to be on the controller. Like my freaking aim is so slow.
Good job. Now get out of there.
All right, let's do it again.
Wow. Wow. Okay, prepare for your loadout to your favorite gear, allowing you to pick the right combination. Okay. Can I can purchase a weapon. Vendors sell weapons and cosmetic items such as masks and suits. Some items can be bought for using cash earned from heists, while others require C-stacks, which are acquired by Stegi, the currency broker. Okay. 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 Sure. I'm gonna do medic bag. Can I customize this? Yes, I can. Nice. Oh, you can have... Oh, look at that. Okay. Let's go over here and see if we can customize this. Oh, that costs 10,000. Okay. I want a suppressor on this too. Okay. It's okay. Micro cam. Okay. Skill remaining. Okay. So we can be the medic. Medic bags deployed 2 additional charges. Ammo specialist, mower, infiltrator. Okay, I think I'll be... Yeah, we're gonna do this. Alright. Join a heist.
Good thing I was able to reach you guys. The whole thing moved so fast, I almost didn't connect the dots in time.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Shade, right?
Don't worry about it. I made a promise to Bane to watch your backs.
Yeah. Great. You saved us. Whoop-de-doo. What the fuck happened? Wankers tried to snuff us all. That's what fucking happened.
It was carefully planned. All the attacks happened at the same time.
And they froze our accounts. I checked. We're broke. All of us.
It's a conspiracy theory.
Well, it's happening, so it's an actual conspiracy.
Motherfuckers.
Whoever did this is extremely well connected, and you've pissed off more than a few powerful people over the years. I'll start digging, but it's gonna take some time.
What happened to the others?
I reached out to everyone, but I only got through to the 5 of you.
So much for retirement. We're gonna need cash to get back at these assholes.
I've got the perfect job to get you started. And I got you some supplies. Check the crate behind you.
Lady, I like you already.
All right, enough talking. Let's get to work.
There's a lot of This small bank has an unusually large amount of... There's a lot of cash just sitting in... Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to
Titan camera securities are indestructible.
gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
I guess we're starting with only 3 people.
The bank's vault is brimming with cash, waiting to be transported out of there. Lots of guards patrolling the building. Keep your eyes open.
Watch it. Really? I don't like the one I have.
We have to get through that gate in front of the vault. The door through the gate is magnetically sealed. Make sure you take out the power before or it won't open. Find the power source and turn it off.
It's a camera.
Nah, just chilling.
Watch the camera.
Yeah, I know. So what are you up to? Why? Seriously? I thought you hated
Excuse
that
me.
job. For 20 people. What do you mean?
Mind your manners.
No, we'd really prefer to. Well, you can move some things around. And why not? I must say, that doesn't sound very solution-oriented. I'm sure you could explain to them why this is important. It's a celebration.
Hi, it's me. Do you have a minute? What I told you about. I'm trying to find... You never listen.
Time to get rich.
Time to put the game face on, buddies.
Oh yeah, let's hit it.
box in this very bank. That must be it. The numbers line up. Now, go find the right deposit box inside the vault.
I'm there any second now. This is the police. We know you're in there.
30 seconds until they hit you. Focus, people.
Make no mistake. We are in charge of the situation. Come out here, unarmed, with your dropping the bags you asked for. All right. I'll take a break and loop around.
I smell bacon.
Shit! He's dead! The bastards killed him! Fuck you up! Box him in and go for the kill!
Place the thermite above the vault. It's in the hallway.
Can I even melee someone to that?
Numbered him, for fuck's sake!
I don't think you can.
The thermite burns faster if you add more bags to it. Just make sure you don't overdo it.
Starting to get pissed off.
Hostage rescue units are on site.
Dropping now. Watch your head.
First I missed my train. Oh, God! Do something!
Go back to where you came from.
Check your fire! Hostage is left!
My husband will hear us. Dear Lord, they have gone.
Sabotage squad on site. Watch out. Water from the sprinklers is interfering with the thermite. Turn them off.
This is a dead end for you. Shield gone.
Go back to where you came from.
Come on, focus up! We can...
Don't take my money. Oh no.
Not far now. You should be able to see me.
They weren't expecting that, but you know they'll be back. So stay sharp.
Oh my God.
Dropping the bags you asked for.
Got a medic bag here.
Okay, I'm leaving. See you next time.
Police assault incoming. 30 seconds.
Red card needed.
Holy crap.
Here we go.
I'm ready. Huddle up.
Your ass is... Grenade! Watch it! The bastards killed him!
Grenade threat neutralized.
Box him in and go for the kill!
Shields down.
pushing. Surrender! You're outnumbered! Do you understand?
Stay
Bulletproof!
sharp. Can't sabotage squad.
I got the
The
shield!
thermite's almost through. Get ready.
Gonna box him in!
I killed the motherfucking sniper.
Fuck it, go for headshot.
I got rid of the goddamn shield.
Shielded up, moving in.
I killed the goddamn...
Hands up! Punch up and get the fucking shield!
These assholes ain't so tough.
It's finished. Get the fuck inside.
Lock him down. We're fucking kids.
The stacks of money are rigged with die packs. As soon as the door opens, you need to move fast before they go off. Nicely done, people. Take a deep... Hurry up! Disable the die packs!
Money, money, money. Motherfucker.
Fuckers.
Let's get out of here.
The getaway van's gonna be there soon. Get to the main road.
No, let's get everything.
I'm tracking another assault team. They'll be there in about 30 seconds. Dozer's coming in. Be prepared. The cops have arrived, and they don't look happy.
I have it.
It appears Wixia made a breakthrough in quantum components. This could be useful. I'm gonna keep an eye on this.
Don't mind the ricochets!
Hoxton is downed.
I'm hurt bad.
Somebody help Wolf.
Get off!
Shield's dead.
God damn it, Hoxton's in custody.
Give up! Fall in, pushing through. Lawbreakers, surrender. Your ammo is wasted on me.
Thanks. Look.
I got rid of the goddamn
Wolf's in
shield.
custody.
Box them in and go for the kill. history. Dead. Medic bag is down here. You're starting to piss me off.
You weren't expecting that. Don't let your guard down. They'll be back. They raised the bollards. Get them the fuck down so the van can come in. Wolf is out of custody. They're coming in 30 seconds. Get ready.
Watch out! I'm driving in!
All right, people, here come the cops.
Killed the cloaker.
Almost there! Hurry up and throw the bags in!
You've got a die pack one, bro. Yeah, there you go.
That's one bag. Two bags and counting. That's 3 bags. That's 4 bags. We have what we need, but I'm never gonna turn down more cash. That's 5. Wolf is downed. That's 6 bags.
Cloaker's history.
The fucking bollards are up again. If you don't get rid of them, this is gonna be a short ride. Nicely done, people. But stay focused. They'll be back before you know it. Shit! Hoxton's in custody. The bollards are going down. Move it.
did it! Oh, it's a bloody bulldozer!
Like the game so far? Are all your teammates got to escape with you? Yeah, they did. We started out with not really having the ability to do anything really, because people kept on like leaving. So yeah, people kept on leaving even though I just got level 6 and I just only played one round. So I mean, I don't know. I would think that it would be okay to go ahead and be used, but maybe not. We need to get like medium and standard. We have how many skills? 3. So what does this do? Steady hands interacting with medical bags heals you for an additional 20% of your max health. Hell yeah, I'll take that. Reserve your ammo capacity is increased. Your reserved ammo capacity is 20%. Ooh. Okay, every 35 bullets you gain edge. Whenever you reload a weapon on an empty magazine, refresh edge. Okay. Alright. I would love to use some of these other weapons down here, but upper receiver. All of these are cosmetic things. Favors. Oh. Okay.
Good thing I was able to.
This small bank has an unusually large. There's a lot of cash just sitting in the.
Okay, let's go public and hard.
Traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security
Matchmaking
gate and
error.
gain access to the vault.
Oh no. A matchmaking error. I don't know why it would give me an error.
Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before.
Is it like the servers are down again? Or does it just not like me doing a hard challenge?
Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
What do you use cash on? I think it's purely cosmetic things. And like upgrades for your weapons. So you use the cash to upgrade your gear and things. Okay, maybe it just doesn't like us.
This is a good start, but we need a bigger war chest.
Where are we gonna stash it? Since offshore accounts are rubbish these days.
Yeah. The banks gave out account details like candy after the international law changes.
There's an encrypted currency inside CRIMnet called C-Stacks.
Oh
It's not
my
perfect,
God.
but it should do for now.
Any word from the others?
It's gonna be hard to do this with just the 5 of us.
About that, I want to introduce you to someone. Meet Pearl, expert infiltrator and con artist.
And certified ass kicker. Pleased to meet you.
You're the one that pulled that $10 million hustle on Harvest trustee.
Allegedly.
Welcome to the payday gang.
There's a lot of cash just sitting in this branch.
You want to tell me where we're going?
We did some work for one of the San Francisco triads a while ago.
Triads, huh?
Sounds like they've got something new for us. Figured we'd take the meeting.
Who's the contact?
Let's do some business.
This small bank has an unusually large amount of cash in its vault. There's an armored
So you need to get back in the game? Earn some money? I have not forgotten what you did for me back in San Francisco. It is my pleasure to work with you again. I have information about an armored transport carrying a payload of rare earth elements. All essential materials in the creation of electronic components. As I'm sure you realize.
The diversion worked. Let's get going. The truck will be here any moment. Grab the EMP and set it up where we're aiming for the transport to stop. The clock's ticking. We have about 90 seconds until the transport's here. Set up the EMP and make sure no civs escape, or we're done before we even get started.
Watch the sieve. Don't shoot! Let me go! I have an appointment!
Look out, a sieve.
You got about 30 seconds left. Okay, now we wait.
Oh my!
Hold it! Get down!
The driver's gonna sound the alarm as soon as they realize what's happened. Be prepared. Cool as fucking cucumbers. Keep it up. gives us control of the vehicle. Place it on the truck. Hook me up to the vehicle and I'll get us going.
Bloody fuck!
I'm connected. The security in place to prevent this sort of takeover. Hold on a second.
Let me go!
Never mind the driver. He won't bother us. He's trained to stay in the truck. Almost got it. And Yahtzee!
Stay down, asshole!
Okay, now we can get this truck to where we want it.
Grenade, move! Tactical cover, line up!
Got the shield!
A bit too close! Take a step back!
The shield's dead!
Gonna
Watch the hostages. Rescue units have arrived. We're going to use the ramp at the end of the construction site to expose the bottom of the truck. That's the best way to crack it open. Stay close to the truck to keep the connection going. If you stray too far, it'll stop moving.
keep it calm, defend it!
Killed the zapper!
You won't get past me! I'm starting to get pissed with the shield!
I got the sniper!
Christ, they killed him! Ah! They're killing hostages!
I'm losing my patience! Well, kill the shield!
our payday, fellas!
Got a body bag with your name on it. We outnumbered them, for fuck's sake.
Sniper, no, sniper!
I'm gonna fuck you up.
All right, now just hold on until the helicopter gets here.
Helicopter on approach. I'm there in about 1 minute.
Lyle will touch down on the south side of the bridge. Look out for tall chimneys.
I need ammo!
Take him out! Take him out! Got my shield! Just give up already!
Almost there. 30 seconds.
Well done, team. But you know they'll be back, so stay sharp.
Okay, I'm here. Get the bags in.
We need at least 4 bags to make this operation worthwhile. Anything more is pure bonus. Three bags and counting. The cops are bringing in the big guns. That's 4 bags. 5 bags and counting. 6 bags and counting. That's all of it. Let's get out of here. That's 7 bags.
Let's get out of here!
Only one left. Smooth as silk. It's nice working with the best.
The cloaker's dead! Moving in.
Hurry up! Down the scaffolding!
There's the getaway!
Okay, grab the ropes and harnesses and rappel down to the ground.
Killed the sniper!
Nailed the sniper! Woo, that was tight!
These are really easy on freaking normal. So we almost got 600,000 right there. Can we see what it looks like before we buy it? Okay, apply changes, yep. Pattern. Oh, I guess you could freaking, if you wanted to. Sure. Apply, yeah. Okay, we do pink. Pattern. Yeah. Apply changes, yes. Wait. Customize. How did we even get into that screen? Cosmetic. Okay, there we go. I want this with this. Okay, color pink. Right. With this. Yes. Okay. Now. Oh, you can only have one at a time. Okay, gotcha. Current. Can I have this one as well? No, I don't think I can. Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, you cannot. I'm going to apply that. But you have to be at level 10, my bad. Yes, okay. Okay, so customize. I don't think that we need that big of an iron sight on it. I think an iron sight or the one that I have right now is pretty good. We can purchase a weapon. What's the difference between the one that we have already? I guess if you wanted to run like two separate. Customize. Cosmetics. Okay, let's go over here then. Okay, we'll do this one. Color pink. Apply. Sticker. No. Okay. Now we can have medium armor. That's good. And we have more points, so I don't really want. Oh. Oh, okay. Whenever you successfully pick a lock or kill an enemy with a throwing knife, gain a refresh rush. This one, manipulator. You tie up and trade hostages 50% faster. This could be good. Okay, this one right here. I need to research this. Okay. No, I think I like being Dallas. Oh. Purchase mask. Okay, load out suit masks. Default purchase mask. Okay. I mean, I'd love to buy another suit, but they don't have any like actual suits. Oh, maybe this one. Okay. We go ahead and go on to the next one.
Y'all know anything about this shade?
I know she was mates with Bane. Ran crime night servers and whatnot. Dallas knows her from before.
As long as she keeps the jobs coming, I'm good.
Yeah, fair enough. So what'd you do for retirement?
Oh, it's kind of a blur, man. I'm just glad it's over. Started to go crazy.
Started to. You've always been bonkers, lad.
Okay.
There's an armored
How's it going?
Just more dead ends. Whoever these people are, they know how to cover their tracks. And they've got serious resources. I still have a few more cards up my sleeve, but we need cash to keep on pushing.
Already on it. I've reached out to an old friend. Speak of the devil.
The butcher.
There's an armored transport. Ashton Fine Jewelry Store has just received a massive shipment of diamonds. Let's take it off their hands.
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let the humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises.
Maybe it's just like when they can't actually get anything for you.
Good thing I was able.
There's an armor. There are a lot of. This jewelry store.
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let the humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say, conflicted areas appear. Not so conflicted. There's plenty of valuable merchandise with premium items in the VIP showroom. I have reliable information saying they just received a large shipment of blood diamonds. There is, however, a catch. They're using a technique called subsurface laser etching to mark the stones. Impossible to spot it with the naked eye, but instantly detected by any serious buyer. Luckily, there's a machine, a multi-tag scanner, that can filter out which ones are clean and which are marked. Find the scanner.
Good thing I was able to read
before securing it. If you don't, we'll need to
Let's
weed
get
out
you
the
back
marked
in the
stones
saddle.
later.
This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
Maybe people aren't playing right now.
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let the humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say, conflicted areas appear. Not so conflicted. There's plenty which are marked. Find the scanner and use it on the loop before securing it. If you don't, we'll need to weed out the marked stones later. A process that will require time, money, and
There has to be like some sort of thing. You can only play the first 3 rounds. Or no, the first 2 missions. On normal difficulty. That doesn't make sense.
There's an armored I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may
What
not
the
look like
fuck?
much, but don't let the humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say,
Good thing I was able to reach you guys.
Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. There is, however, decide how you want to do this. They're using the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. Luckily, there's a machine, a multi-tag scanner. There's no rest for the wicked. Clean and which are marked. Find the scanner and use it on the loop before securing.
I guess you can only really play the first couple of missions.
Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
Do I have to like restart my payday? It shouldn't be like that. One friend is playing. Okay. Join a heist. There should be like a join the heist and just whatever your whatever's happening, you just join it.
But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
Just like nobody playing.
There's a lot of cash.
So you need to get back in the game? Earn some money? I have not forgotten what you did for me back in San Francisco.
It's literally so fast too.
I have information about an armored transport carrying a payload of rare earth elements. There's an essential material in to get back in the game. Earn some money? As I have not forgotten what you did for the cargo San Francisco fortune. It is my pleasure I want to work with you again. I have according to the transport will pass Queensborough.
the transport to stop. We're on the clock, people. Approximately 90 seconds until the transport arrives. Make sure the EMP is set up and that no civs escape. Otherwise, we're fucked. Okay, now we wait. The driver will set off the alarm as soon as he's realized what happened. Get ready. Perfectly fucking executed. Keep at it. All right. Grab the remote steering device and place it on the truck. We'll use it to override the vehicle's controls. I'm connected, but it'll take a second. There's security in place to prevent this sort of takeover. They're coming in 30 seconds. Get ready.
Oh, shit.
Don't worry about the driver. He's trained to stay in the truck and won't bother us. Just a few more seconds, and done. All right, let's take this truck to where we want it. We're going to use the ramp at the end of the construction site to expose the bottom of the truck. That's the best way to crack it open. open. Now get into the truck and grab the loot.
Fuck it! Go for headshots!
All tanked up. Stay in line. I can take anything. I got you covered. Let the shield
Let's clean this mess up!
It may feel like you're just lugging bags of pulverized rock, but this is what keeps the world going. Without it, it would be like a Stone Age. Or the 70s. The chopper is ready to haul the loot out of there. Signal Bile when you're ready for pickup. All right, Bile is on his way. Hold on till he gets there.
Helicopter on approach. I'm on approach. ETA 1 minute.
Bile is coming in on the north side of the bridge, the one with the 2 big buildings. Oh, fuck! The FBI agent is here. Shoot the van's antenna to blind her.
I've got the sniper! Killed the fucking shield!
Hostage rescue units are on site.
I'm hurt really bad!
Dallas has gone down.
Got the shield!
All right, I'm here. Drop the bags.
That's 2 bags. That's 4 bags. That's 6 bags. 7 bags and counting. Just picked up Okay, we have all we need. You can get the fuck out of there, or stay around and get some more. Your call. Keep moving down the scaffolding, quickly.
There's the getaway.
There. Strap yourselves in and rappel down to the ground.
all tanked up.
Sniper! No sniping!
Behind the shield.
Wolf!
Yeah!
Whoa!
We made it! Drill!
Hey, let's go. That was actually super easy, even on like super hard. I did go down twice, but that's alright. We don't have the best gear yet, so I will take it. Customize. I think we have unlocked some things for this. Oh, I want this. Okay. Tool. Sonic stun audible only to your victims. Okay, hold on. Let's go over here, customize this. So how do we... Okay, hit fire spread. Okay. Equip.
Good thing I was able to.
Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for...
I guess it's just literally like what you make of it. Like,
this is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more
oh, sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I guess it's just like you're gonna find lobbies that are and aren't going to be playing this game. Like, I guess it's just, I don't know. I do like how you can set up your own class instead of it being like you have to have like a certain thing, like you can only do certain things. I like that.
There's an armored...
That there's a sense of...
There are a lot of diamonds and other valuable gems.
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let the humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say, conflicted areas appear. Not so conflicted. There's plenty... So you need to get back in the game? Earn some money? I have not forgotten what you did for me back in San Francisco. It is my pleasure to work with you again. I have information...
actually, you know what we should do? Okay, 18 standard. It's kind of a interesting thing, isn't it? Okay. This is definitely something that Isabel could play, because this is somewhat slower.
But don't let the humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. deals with premium items in the VIP show. I heard you were back from retirement. I have reliable information saying they just received a large ship.
Like, I wish that there was a way to,
This jewelry store holds a... This small bank has an Let's get you back. Let's break into this... There's a lot of cash just... Ashton Fine Jewelry Store has... There's an armored... There are a lot of diamond. This jewelry...
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let a humble facade fool you.
no one's doing this mission. Everyone already did all the campaign missions, and they're like, this one sucks. I don't know why.
There's a lot...
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let a humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at...
Yeah, it has to be that, like, no one's playing this mission.
There's an armored
Okay. So
Ashton Fine Jewelry Store has just received a massive ship. There's some high-tech loot at the Neon...
So, you need to make some money, huh? Your old friend Vlad has just the right job for you. You know about the Neon Cradle nightclub, yeah? Where the dirty rich go to hang out with other dirty rich. You know, nice place. Gambling, drugs, hey, all good fun. Well, the place is run by the humorless bitch Cassandra Rifkin. Entertainment director.
maybe nobody's playing the stuff in story anymore.
A gallery in... This pen...
Alright. I had some of my associates do a little... Okay, see.
Up to 6K.
We're going...
8K.
Surface.
800.
There's an... Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank. Usually low
Overkill.
So you need to get back in the game?
This
I heard you were back from retirement. I heard you were
What?
back from retirement.
Bro. No wonder no one's doing that one. 600.
Surface Art Gallery is a nesting ground for the cultural, young, modern in crowd. Right now...
1.3.
So, you need to make some money, huh?
1.1.
I heard you were back from retirement. Good.
Overkill's only 500,000 on this. So yeah, I would think that no one would do this.
So, you need to make some money, huh?
Overkill would be okay on that one.
Surface Art Gallery is a nesting...
1.3 mil.
We're going to hit Patricia J. Shark's...
1.3 mil.
Okay, so here's the deal. The components are kept in high...
1 mil.
Alright. I had some of my associates do...
So then, like, probably everyone's practicing these
We're
ones.
going to hit Patricia J. Shark's Pride and Joy, the main branch of Gold and Shark. It's one of the most prestigious banks in New York City. We have two objectives. First, we need to find out who else is involved in this conspiracy. There's nothing on the bank's systems, which can only mean they've moved the information someplace safe. Probably into the vault for offline storage. Shark relies on her reputation to do business. And we're going to destroy that reputation. I'm betting there's a whole bunch of dirty little secrets on that server. Secondly, and obviously, we're gonna steal all the money we can get our hands on. You know that saying about revenge? Well, we're serving it hot.
Really? I don't know if I can get away with doing this
We're going to
on
hit Patricia J. Shark's Pride and Joy.
overkill.
The
We'll
main
try.
branch of Golden Shark. We're going to hit Patricia J. Shark's Pride and Joy, the main branch of Golden Shark. It's one of the most prestigious banks in New York City. We have two objectives. First, we need to find out who else is involved in this conspiracy. There's nothing on the bank's systems, which can only mean they've moved the information someplace safe. Probably into the vault for offline storage. Shark relies on her reputation to do business. And we're going to destroy that reputation.
How are you gonna have a brand new game that nobody's playing, dude?
This small... There's a lot... Let's get you back in the saddle. This is a small branch bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
I guess no one... I'm surprised that there isn't like
There's an... Ashton?
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton's Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let a humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say, conflicted areas appear. Not so conflicted. There's plenty of valuable merchandise with premium items in the VIP showroom. I have reliable information saying they just received a large shipment of blood diamonds. There is, however, a catch. They're using a technique called subsurface laser etching to mark the stones. Impossible to spot it with the naked eye, but instantly detected by any serious buyer. Luckily, there's a machine, a multi-tag scanner, that can filter out which ones are clean and which are marked. Find the scanner and use it on the loop before securing it.
Let's get you back in the saddle.
We'll need to weed out
This
the
is a
marked
small
stones
branch
later.
bank, usually low traffic. But there's been a mix-up in the money transport schedule, meaning there's a lot more cash than usual in the vault. Decide how you want to do this. Beat the security gate and quietly gain access to the vault, or go in guns blazing and burn your way through the roof. It's your call. You've done this a million times before. But hey, there's no rest for the wicked.
I think the most time efficient one is probably the truck one. The escort one. On just like hard difficulty.
So you need to get back in the game? Earn some money? I have not forgotten what you did for me back in San Francisco. It is my pleasure to work with you again. I have information about an armored transport carrying a payload of rare earth elements. All essential materials in the creation of electronic components. As I'm sure you realize, the cargo is...
There's an... This small... There's... Let's get you...
So you need to get back in the game? Earn some money? I have not forgotten.
Oh my goodness, dude.
This small bank has... This...
So you need to get back in the game? Earn some money? I have not forgotten what you did for me back in San Francisco. It is my pleasure to work with you again. I have information about an armored transport carrying a payload of rare earth elements. All essential materials in the creation of electronic components. As I'm sure you realize, the cargo is worth a fortune.
How is it that this game is already...
There's a lot of... This jewelry...
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let a humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say, conflicted areas appear. Not so conflicted. There's plenty of valuable merchandise with premium items in the VIP showroom. I have reliable information saying they just received a large shipment of blood diamonds.
This pet... Let's break into
There's,
this
however, a
penthouse and
catch.
steal the drive
They're
with the
using the
encryption
technique called
keys.
subsurface laser
All
etching
right.
to mark the stones.
I had some of my associates do a little digging on Mason Laurent. He's a rattlesnake, that fella.
Luckily, there's a
As far as
machine
anyone can
multitask
tell, he
scanner
makes his
that
home
can
in this
filter
here
out which ones are
penthouse.
clean and which are
You can
marked.
expect some darn
Find
tough
the scanner
security,
and
given
use
his
it on the
background.
loop before security.
Wouldn't be surprised if he had
If you
private
don't,
guards
you'll
on
need to weed
staff,
out the
bunch
marked
of
stones
custom
later.
security.
The process
It involves
will require
panic
time,
rooms, the
money,
whole 9
and greedy
yards.
middlemen who will cut into
We
our
got word
profits.
the encryption keys you're after are stored on a small hard drive. Probably locked up in a vault or someplace. Remember, this Laurent fell.
This... There's an armored... There...
I heard you were back from retirement. Good. I am pleased. If you're interested in a high-paying job, I can think of nothing better than Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. It may not look like much, but don't let a humble facade fool you. It's owned by a corporation called International Diamond Enterprises. They are very good at making stones from, shall we say, conflicted areas appear. Not so conflicted.
Oh my goodness, finally.
just across the street. Case the place or mask up right away. Your choice.
All these decisions are really eating me up. Oh, my bad. Maybe slow down a bit?
Lots of surveillance here.
Hello?
Stay sharp.
Nah, just chilling.
That one's the manager. We may need her to do us a favor. Best to keep tabs on her. Watch it around those display cases. If you touch them, it'll set off the alarm. See if you can disable it from the basement.
Watch the camera.
Yeah, hi. Just calling
That's
to
the door
say
to
that
the
everything is
jeweler's
great,
workshop. You need
and
to
I
find somebody
would
with
totally
access
tell
to
you
get
if
past
there
that
were any
biometric
robbers
scanner.
around or anything
Stop!
like that.
Fuck! Someone triggered the alarm.
You're fucking done!
Alright, let's go. That's the manager. Get her to open the door to the workshop.
Ah, shit, there goes our cover. Gonna scram.
With cops all over the place, you're gonna need another way out of there. Signal file from the street, and he'll come in and pick you up. Access denied.
I want it open.
If you tie down civilians, I can use them for hostage negotiations. That's the multi-tag scanner I told you about. Throw in your bags and let it weed out any marked merchandise. We don't want to bring home stuff that'll turn out to be worthless.
Go!
Give yourself up before you make things worse.
Let me go!
Oh no!
What? What? Why?
Ashton Fine Jewelry Store. Get in there. Mask on or off, that's your call.
Did you catch the game last night?
Actually,
Lots of surveillance here. Stay sharp. That's the manager. Keep an eye on her, just in case you need to persuade her of anything. Don't touch those display cases. It'll set off the alarm. Try the basement for a way to disable it.
Okay, alright. So help me settle this bet. I was talking to the guy who lives in the mirror, and he thinks you can keep screaming after you're dead. What do you
Coded
think?
locks, security cameras. What are they hiding down here? That's the display case alarm taken care of.
Yeah, listen. I found out who's been stealing my sandwiches in the break room.
That's the
It's
door to the
fucking
jeweler's workshop.
ants.
You need to
There's a
find
whole
somebody with
trail of them
access to
carrying
get past
off
that
loot from the
biometric
bridge.
scanner.
Why me?
I like it when people make themselves useful. Let's see what's inside that vault.
All right.
The van is waiting in the back alley. Load it up.
Kiss the ground, asswipe.
All right, I'm here. Throw the bag in the back.
Finders keepers.
Yeah, hi. Just calling to say that everything is great, and I would totally tell you if there were any robbers around or anything.
2 bags and counting. Access denied.
Thank you.
Three bags and counting. That's a decent amount of loot. But try to get more if you think you can manage. That's 5.
It's showtime.
Oh, that was boring.
There's an armored truck. This jewelry store holds a lot.
What the fuck? They're supposed to be dead.
We sent our best operatives. I expect they made a mistake of thinking retirement made the target soft.
Yeah, well, your best operatives suck balls. And how can they be looking for us? You said we took all their money.
We did. They made more money. It's not rocket science, Ralph. Can we send another strike team?
No. We don't have the element of surprise anymore. They've made preparations. I suggest we do the same.
Cool. How? I have some safeguards in mind.
The neon crater. Ashton.
Those no good motherfucking monkey shits. Try to kill my friends, huh?
Yeah, and they froze all our assets.
Shameless mother of whores, super huilo. If I ever get my hands on them.
Yeah, all right. We appreciate it. But what we really need is a lead on a job. Do you have anything?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, yes. Yes, I do.
Cool.
There are a lot. Get in. The neon.
So, you need to make some money, huh? Your old friend Vlad has just the right job for you. You know about the Neon Cradle nightclub, yeah? Where the dirty rich go to hang out with other dirty rich. You know, nice place. Gambling, drugs, hey, all good fun. Well, the place is run by the humorless bitch Cassandra Rifkin. Entertainment director. But a little birdie told...
There's an Ashton. There's.
So, you need to make some money, huh? Your old friend Vlad has just the right job for you. You know about the Neon Cradle nightclub, yeah? Where the dirty rich go to hang out with other dirty rich. You know, nice place. Gambling, drugs, hey, all good fun. Well, the place is run by the humorless bitch Cassandra Rifkin. So, you need to make some money, huh? Your old friend Vlad has just the right job for you. You know about the Neon Cradle nightclub, yeah? Where the dirty rich go to hang out with other dirty rich. You know, nice place. Gambling, drugs, hey, all good fun. Well, the place is run by the humorless bitch Cassandra Rifkin. Entertainment director.
Well, show is whiz.
But a little
Like someone
birdie
from
told
Dunder
me she
Mifflin to
does
come on
not
the
own
air.
it.
I have no idea why they didn't
You're just running.
concede and knocked out, because this is pure comedic gold from Jonah Hill. Couldn't sleep.
Yeah, me neither.
This small.
Fucking broke back.
So, you need to make some money, huh? Your old friend Vlad has just the right job for you. You know
fuck is
about the
anyone
Neon
he is,
Cradle
man?
nightclub, yeah?
I mean, you
Where
make
the
a
dirty
supposedly,
rich go to hang out with other dirty rich. You know, nice
and you don't
place.
show one guy getting a Hummer.
Gambling, drugs, hey,
What am I,
all good
fucking
fun.
6 years old? I
Well,
can't see
the
a guy getting
place is
sucked off
run
by
by
another
the
guy.
humorless
I'm not a
bitch
fucking
Cassandra
kid. I
Rifkin.
can take it in. I'm a realist, man. I like to see real shit
Director.
going down. I see two gay guys in a tent in Brokeback Mountain. I want to see a fucking 69. I want to see an asshole eating out. You're telling me that shit doesn't go down? Chilling on his
There's an
mouth is
armored
practically water in
This
the hole.
jewelry
Shove
store
something in there, Heath. And don't even fucking
So,
bring
you
up
need to
movie
make some
master.
money, huh?
You're telling me those
Your
guys
old
weren't all
friend
taking it from
Vlad
each
has
other?
just the
Peter
right
Weir doesn't
job
have the
for you.
fucking balls to
You
show a
know
bunch of
about
guys
the
sucking
Neon
each other off
Cradle
on a boat.
nightclub, yeah?
I can see Bruce
Where the
Willis's
dirty
dick swinging
rich
to
go
and
to
fro
hang
in
out
Color
with
of Night,
other
but I
dirty
can't
rich.
see
You
Jake
know,
Gyllenhaal
nice
taking a
place.
mouthful from Heath Ledger.
Gambling, drugs,
What the fuck? What kind of country
all
do we
good
live in?
fun.
Fucking Randy Quaid's
The
sitting there,
place is
obviously a
run by the
fembot. He's not
humorless
even
bitch
fucking
Cassandra Rifkin.
perusing the idea of
So,
sucking
you need to make
I
some
don't want
money,
the
huh?
veil over my fucking
Your
eyes
old
anymore.
friend Vlad has
I don't
little
want Hank
birdie
telling
told
me
you
what's
she does
sexy and
not
what's
own
not.
it. You know about the Neon
I've seen
Cradle
enough
for
kids
somebody
again. I
higher
sit
up
here
in
watching
where the
kids all
dirty
day.
rich
I
go
don't
to
see
hang out
fucking
with
Anne
other
Hathaway's tits.
dirty rich.
I need to see
Nice
Jake
place.
Gyllenhaal
You're
on
only
all
gambling,
fours, getting a
drugs,
fucking mouthful
hey,
of
little all
That's
good
all
fun
I'm
every
saying.
night.
And Brokeback
All the
Mountain,
club
gay
place is
rights
run
movie
by
is
the
great.
humorless
That
bitch
fucking movie was made
Cassandra
by, like,
Rifkin.
fucking
Tiny little
Stormfront,
drive
in
in
my
the
mind.
clubs
It's
like
like you're
any
ashamed to
director.
show a guy sucking another
But
guy.
a little birdie told me she does not own it. Even bags, huh? Just running it for somebody higher up in Gucci. Nobody knows who. Steal the paper wallet and get out. You're only scared is they do a little magic trick on you, okay? All the club's best way is turn into crypto and a sword and a tiny rock.
Why don't you tell me you're already playing this? I would have played it with you.
Don't do that.
You heard me.
Fucking clown.
Why don't you tell me you're playing this? I would have played.
Because I wanted to see if it even worked. It sorta does, sorta doesn't. I don't know. The servers are shit.
Alright, people. We're after the crypto wallet. Remember, if the alarm is raised, they'll wipe the
Have a nice evening.
Good. You're inside. The crypto wallet is kept in the IT room, reachable from the VIP area. Find a way to get in there.
Nobody gets
That's
in
the
without an
entrance to the
invitation.
VIP area. The bouncer won't let anyone pass without an invitation. Maybe you can find one in Rifkin's office? Or try to distract the bouncer somehow.
The other way. The office is bigger. Far side.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find someone that has an invitation on them.
Go to the office, like you said.
Never know, someone might have got drunk and fucking left one in here. Never know.
What did I just see? I'll check it out.
It's just I'm still hyped about it. Just wait
This
till
ain't
you
right.
see it, you're
We need
gonna
a search
flip.
going.
Guard found suspicious item. Alright.
Watch out! I'm driving in!
What the fuck is shooting at me still?
Show me your hands. Fellas,
Just around the corner!
Tie everybody up.
No, but anyone that I want to be able to exchange, so.
Shit! Let me go!
Grab those bags, assemble the chopper cage, and secure the loot in there. They're coming in 30 seconds. Get ready.
Go back to where you came from.
Please! I'll do whatever you say.
Naders are incoming. I smell bacon.
Light him up! Knock him down and take him out! Let's clean this mess up!
Watch the hostages. Rescue units have arrived.
Bruh, I already did. Fucking clown. They all think that it's me that voted. No, but it's not. Motherfucker can't count.
Got a body bag with your name on it.
Fucking idiot. Sitting over here.
You guys are fucked, you hear me? You're fucking done! Go! You're out! Somebody do something!
zapper.
We'll hear of this.
The crypto wallet won't get us anything now that it's fried. Grab whatever else you can find. We're not leaving empty-handed.
Shield's dead.
Drill set up.
Yeah. This dude that's Chinese is set up the alarms and then fucking.
Give up! I'm bulletproof!
Fucking drill.
Stand down, asshole! Take a step back!
I got the shield.
So you're restarting it?
I guess these fucking dumbasses are over here running through everything, and then
You need to figure out something for dinner.
okay, we go and get McDonald's.
Okay, we're here for the crypto wallet. Remember, the drive is wiped and
Okay,
loses all
it's
value
on.
if the alarm goes off.
Okay, shove it.
Let's do this.
Good, you're inside. The crypto wallet is kept in the IT room, reachable from the VIP area. Find a way to get in there.
Civilian! Watch the sieve!
Just managed to pour coffee all over the radio. I'm all right, though.
Right, that sounds great.
That's the VIP area entrance. The bouncer isn't letting anyone in without an invitation. There's a chance you could find one in Rifkin's office. The other option is to get the bouncer to leave his post. There's the DJ booth. Somebody will probably come check it if you mess with the music.
Got an invitation?
First, get rid of that DJ. signed by the club's accountant. Police assault incoming. 30 seconds. Careful! We got zappers arriving! Get your game faces on. The crypto wallet won't get us anything during this ride. Grab whatever else you can find. We're not leaving empty-handed.
All of you! Stay in line, squad! Got the shield! Zappers no more!
I don't understand how these guys keep on fucking it up.
Okay, we're here for the crypto wallet. Remember, the drive is wiped and loses all value if the alarm goes off.
Let's do this.
Let's make some money.
All right, you're in. The crypto wallet is in the IT room, just off the VIP area. Find a way to get down there.
Watch the guard! There's a guard!
This ain't right. We need a search going.
There's the DJ booth. Somebody will probably come check it if you mess with the music.
I'll check it out.
Let me
to investigate.
What's the status, over?
Yes, so could you tell me again when it's okay to sound the alarm? Because last week, when I had a bad case of the shits, it was apparently inappropriate.
I see. Yeah,
That's the VIP area entrance. The bouncer isn't letting anyone in without an invitation. There's a chance you could find one in Rifkin's office. The other option is to get the bouncer to leave his post. You'll find the crypto wallet in a storage unit in the IT room. The biometric scanner protecting it can only be opened by the club's accountant. All right, our priority is the crypto wallet. Just keep in mind that if the alarm is triggered, the drive gets wiped and we lose a lot of money.
Mask up.
All right.
Great, you're inside. They're keeping the crypto wallet in the IT room, which can be reached from the VIP area. You'll need to find a way to get in there.
God.
Mind the guard. I'm buying another private jet.
That's the DJ booth. Messing with the music could get somebody to come over and investigate.
Let's do a full search.
Yeah, hi there, Central. Listen, I'm mildly psychic, and I have this feeling there's something big going on across town. I think
check it out.
somebody needs to head over there and take a look.
Yeah, makes sense.
First, get rid of that DJ. If you get your hands on some of those blank invitations, you can just walk into the VIP area. But you're gonna have to hack a display case. We need the director's phone for that. You'll find the crypto wallet storage unit in the IT room. The biometric scanner protecting it can only be opened by the club's accountant.
I'm suing!
Mortal Kombat.
There's a guard.
You got an invitation? Okay.
Switching out the music got the bouncer's attention. He's on his way to investigate.
Watch the guard.
Yo, hey there. I've taken a hypnosis class and I need somebody to practice on. You're getting very sleepy. Is it working? Hello?
Yeah, sounds good.
I don't know what to do with the.
Nice. You have the digital key.
Okay, that's it from me today.